Wake up, man. Oh, shoot. We back. We back. It's the J.Soul morning show. Wake up, wake up, wake up. I've got another guest for y'all, and y'all not gonna believe it. Like I don't know how I got on his schedule. I don't know how, we made this happen. He's very expensive, you know what I'm saying? He don't have that much time. He's produced records like Commas for Future, She Twerking. He done kept you on the dance floor. He's been on the radio, and he's a really good friend of mine, man. I like to introduce y'all and present to other people DJ Spins. What
Yo,
it do?
what's happening?
My
What's
boys in
happening?
the building. They going crazy. Spins is in the building.
What we
The
got?
Spins 808. Spins, the Cashmere Collector, like the whole thing, man.
Yeah, man. All that. How y'all doing?
It's all good. Tell the listeners where you are today, man.
Man, I'm in Atlanta right now. This is the place I call home.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I'm kicking it right now. You know what I'm saying? The sun's shining. It's about 75 degrees outside. It's a beautiful day.
Now we could start where we are now. We could start these people from the beginning.
Hmm.
Everybody knows that you from Augusta, Georgia. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And then you know, I've interviewed my cousin Shay. He's from Augusta too. So like, there's a lot of little people don't really
Yeah.
know what's going on, man. So tell these people a little bit about your music journey that they don't know from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna touch on a
Hmm.
little bit of that, and then we're going into some personal reflections.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, definitely. Been doing music as long as I can remember. My grandma and my uncle owned a supper club, so that was kind of like, I guess you could say, the first piece of like knowing music.
What was the name of it?
Mr. J's Famous Dough.
Okay,
Yes,
where that's at?
Augusta,
Well,
Georgia.
right,
You know what
right,
I'm
right.
saying? That's where I was rooted. That's where I grew from. You know what I'm saying? That's why I had the pleasure of meeting, Soul, Blends, you know what I'm saying, which I consider them family. Like,
Right.
because with doing music at such a young age, or taking an interest in what I would say is kind of like a smaller town, not necessarily a major city,
Hmm.
but we had major things to come out of our city. But it just was, like, we didn't even have like a guitar center or anything like that. So, you know just building some camaraderie with people who had the same interests, and who also, what I'm saying, were gifted in their own ways. It's just like, it was instrumental to my journey, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like, it goes on the other side of the coin too, because music is it's a congregational thing, you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Like, I
Hmm.
feel like you grow together through, you know the music. It's a ministry. So,
Hmm. Yeah,
um
yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
I started with in my uncle and my grandma's club, just being there because I had to be there as a family business. And
Hmm.
they're playing, blues, you know what I'm saying, disco,
Hmm.
what I mean, all kind of stuff like that, soul, R&B. So that was like my first introduction to it. And the first thing I decided, I was like, okay, you know, I was leaving elementary school, and people was interested in football, interested in
Hmm.
basketball.
Hmm.
I like sports and shit, but
True.
I was just playing like rec ball, and it was cool. But then by the time I got to like seventh grade, I realized I was not gonna be that tall. So like, I was like, all right, this athlete, it's cool, but let me just kind of focus on the music. And nobody
Oh.
around me right now is doing that. So
Mm.
this what I'm a stick to. And then that kind of kicked off my journey to like wanting to be a DJ. And I had already made good friends with the DJ at my grandma's spot. But obviously, he was playing more of the classics. But I'm
Hmm.
I'm a lot more grateful of that now than I was back then,
It got you
because
familiar. Okay, got you.
yeah, it just kind of like, especially when let's just say somebody a lot of people might have just grew up whatever music was in their time, you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying, and didn't have the experience from the older generation. So I feel like it just kind of like, seasoned me a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. It gives you that old soul when you can hear that old music and it's playing, and then it's like entertainment business. So you're seeing entrepreneurship, you're seeing all of those things. And in seventh
Yeah,
grade, you was like, okay, well, I love music, I love the athlete stuff too, but like
yeah,
there's a lot of people who a lot taller, a lot whatever.
yeah,
So
yeah.
shoot,
I
let
was
me
saying
let
that
me get
wasn't
on.
finna work out.
I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah,
I was kind of similar. I was like, I wanted to play basketball and do my thing. It was just like that music it just called me, you know?
yeah,
It
yeah.
just
You
called
can't
me.
run away from it.
So let's talk about your shift from Augusta and then moving to Atlanta. Like there's a lot of places we could do music. Like, why you
Right.
feel like Atlanta?
I just felt like that obviously was the closest hub to where the most motion was going on, but
Mm-hmm.
to me it was just like it. Like it wasn't like I had an option like, well, maybe I should go to New York. It was like, nah, like I'm going to Atlanta. Like
Yeah.
everything that I wanted to do was in Atlanta. Like I
Mm-hmm.
could, I mean, all the artists that I was like really into,
Yeah.
like they were all, if not from Atlanta, they were in Atlanta,
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
it just was kind of like, I felt it in my gut and was just like, like this is where I need to be. Like,
Yeah.
and also, being grateful that I had that upbringing, because there was a lot of like instrumental things that happened in Augusta that I feel like over prepared me to come to Atlanta.
Hmm.
So,
You can
like
touch on that.
yeah, it was just, like when I got here, I came for college. Like that was,
Mm-hmm.
that was my, that was my, that was my ticket in the door. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
You
Because
want
the
you
mom
want to
was
shout
like,
out to college?
nah, I don't.
Okay.
But, um, my mom, was like, I'm graduating high school. She like, you going to school? And so she just wasn't gonna let me like wander,
Just go
and
to Atlanta and just go to the studio and whatever happens.
right and go
I
live a
feel.
pipe dream, So she was like, school, and then I looked up the Art Institute and then Full Sail at the time because
Mm-hmm.
I was telling her I was like, could you? I went to Johnson in
Mm-hmm.
Augusta or whatever. It
Mm-hmm.
was like an engineering school, but like I hated school.
I feel.
So yeah, I'm like, for college, and I'm already this deep into music. I was like, please don't send me to regular college because I hate
Okay.
school. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like she was like, okay, if you find something that's like that, and then in Atlanta, then cool. You can do that. So we found the Art Institute. Um, she got me some loans. I was able to get in, and
Mm-hmm.
I had a not a dorm, but like I had a roommate at first. It was in college housing or whatever,
Yeah,
and
I remember.
yeah, I was at Metro Point. They call
Mm-hmm.
it Westmar now, I think. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, so did that. Hold on, let me just make sure. What was the question again? So I don't want to go too far off that.
No, we're not going. We're not going off of it. But
Okay.
but you said there were some things in Augusta that prepared you for
Oh,
being in Atlanta.
yeah, for sure. Okay, so yeah, like all right, when I want to say, mm, I think I was in like I had started high school already, and then I realized that Foxy
Mm-hmm.
was DJing at
The football
the
games
yeah, the
on
game of
Friday.
the week. The
Yeah,
game of the week.
yeah.
So the thing was, it was like I had got my mom to give me like some cheaper CD players, you know what I'm saying, or like some DJ equipment, but they had CDJs,
Yeah,
you know what I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it was just like I gotta get. I'm hooked. Like I was a fiend. That was the dope. I needed to get to that. So I
Mm-hmm.
started going out there every week, and
True.
over time, Ron Thomas. It's just I always got to salute Ron. He
Mm-hmm.
ended up giving me an opportunity
Right.
to DJ on the station. Or at first it was commercial breaks, and then he gave me an opportunity to go live, and then that ended up with me having a show. But that by having a show and having like mentors, because it was actually a lot of good DJs in Augusta,
Mm-hmm.
and I feel like when I came to Atlanta, not to say there weren't good DJs, but as far as technically skilled, like when it comes to hands, like you know, like the sessions when I come over your crib with me and
Mm-hmm.
Carl, you know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like even B Dubs, Greg Nice, like we grew
Yeah.
up, you know what I'm saying, hearing very
Listening
skilled, yeah, they
to
was
really
very
great
skilled DJs.
DJs. Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So when I got up here and then, you know, I was already cool with Scream and then we just kind of furthered our relationship. He looked out for me and got me a gig. And then when I got to, you know, like the spots and just went to the clubs, I was like, damn, like the music is pretty similar. It's slightly different, but
Mm-hmm.
the like from what I used to like pride myself on when it come to like skills and like mixing,
Mm-hmm.
cutting stuff like that, I just felt like I was over prepared. You know what I mean? Like I
Okay,
was coming
gotcha.
into I was coming into the class and I had already read all the books. You
Right.
know,
Yeah.
maybe into different places to where people hadn't read the books or
Mm-hmm.
you know, gotten the techniques down. So I feel like that helped a lot in like me moving along quickly once I got up here because
Yeah.
I was well seasoned.
There's been some people say, well, what does the DJ do type thing? Because but I think that kind of piggybacks on it because a lot of people don't know that there are skills when it comes to DJing and sound and how you cut the music, how you transition the music, how you read the room. So there's a lot
Hmm.
that DJs do, you know what I'm
Yes,
saying? And I
yes,
think that we do have to go back and put the respect on the DJ because they putting the little Tubi
absolutely.
movies on about the DJ. It's like y'all not telling the story.
Not the
You
whole
know,
story.
not the whole story. So that's what I think this is important. You brought up Ron Thomas, you know what I'm saying? We get to, salute people like him, My
Yep,
father was
yep.
in radio. He knew my father and he gave me an opportunity too. So shout out to you, Ron, you know what I'm
For
saying?
sure. Gotta do that.
And yeah, yeah. So like this is platforms where like the people who don't get mentioned or we forgot to get mentioned or like we move through the story and then we can come back and but we're going to be doing these a little bit more, you know what I'm saying?
For
if you
sure.
if you're interested, I want to get Spins back on the show because I know he's very exclusive, don't talk to everybody.
Nah, nah. I mean, man, with the home team, I'm always available. But
Yeah,
yeah, I don't like to venture out too much further than that because
yeah,
it's a lot of stuff I'd rather not concern myself with.
yeah. What would you say is your like favorite things that happened to you in the music industry, like your highlights?
Mm, man, it's kind of hard to say that for me because it's like I enjoy like every part of it,
Yeah.
and it's come with a lot of good. It's also come with some bad too, but I just learn to kind of like you know be appreciative of the journey. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And
Mm-hmm.
it's something that I can take from anything that happened in my life. So
Yeah.
um, I try to stay just pretty much even keel. But yeah, I've definitely had like great times, great moments. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Countless moments. You know what I'm saying? And I look forward to just still continuing to make them. It's just you know we just gotta live life, and that's kind of how a lot of stuff happened. I feel like yeah, I wanted to excel when I came up here, but it was more about just like indulging in my passion,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and that's kind of just led me to some I guess you could say career highlights or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But
You,
yeah,
you, I just had K Major on the show, and he was like,
my
"Yeah,
boy.
shout out to people like Spins, helped me get some of my first placements, and was there for me when I didn't even know what was going on."
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
he was like, I saw Spins in the club. He was like, "Yeah, I want to." He said he wanted a beat from you. Oh, he was like, yeah,
Hmm.
you said 7,500. Talk to my lawyer. I was like, okay, Spears had it down, pat from the
Man, yeah, I
beginning.
think I was an autopilot back then, but like I said, my friends can get anything from me, so
Yeah.
it ain't and like that. That's how I like to treat it, because for me, I can say that I've never got a hit from just sending a beat. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? It's always come from a relationship. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? A
Right.
relationship of me building with a person or artist or whatever and just
Mm-hmm.
kicking it. Cause we creating stuff like that's our art. You know what I'm saying? That's a piece of us. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
like I know people some people treat it very transactional. You know what I mean? I'm not
Right.
really that type of person. Like
Mhm.
I just I wanna create with my friends, you know what I'm saying, and just make good stuff, great stuff.
Right. Right. I
Yeah.
have noticed, like, if you just do music, if everybody just do music with their friends and just make great
Yeah.
stuff, like the people that's in your reach,
Yeah.
like you can come up with some really magical stuff.
Yeah. And then, that's not to say that you can't meet new friends along the way either. So
Hmm.
like, somebody you might not know now might become your friend in 2 or 3 years, after you actually built the relationship and built rapport with them. So
Hmm. Hmm.
I'm always open to, I'm never closed off, but I'm just, the industry sometimes will just be like, well, yeah, such and such is working, such and such is working. And I'm like, I don't know them people.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah,
So, it's cool, but I don't know.
cause I'm like, and I don't know if I got this from you, but definitely like I've been around you, so and I know that this is something you do. It's just like you follow that gut, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Follow the energy, just like
yeah,
if you ain't feeling it, it ain't gonna get felt.
yeah, I'm out of there.
Yeah, yeah.
Out of
So
there.
just trusting it. And then earlier you was talking about, it's the good come with it, some bad come with it too. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
do you want to touch on any adversities you bounce back from in your
Yeah.
music journey?
Yeah, man. I tell everybody like life is gonna happen. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So it's just to me about your approach in life. Like it don't matter if you got $1, it don't matter if you got $1 billion. Like
Mm-hmm.
life
Mm-hmm.
is gonna present you with problems constantly. It's just what's your mindset? Are you a problem solver? Are you a excuse maker? You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? Like so I try to just fix my mindset to where I'm a problem solver, or I'm working to solve a problem. Like if it's something that, you know, confronts me, it's like, okay, I might not get it on the first try, but I'm gonna work to solve the problem. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And
Mm-hmm.
I just tell people that all the time because on the outside looking in, people could just look at your highlight reel and feel like, oh, okay, it's sweet, everything, and then on the surface, Instagram, social media, most people are only gonna post their highlights. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Yeah.
it's just I would like to tell everybody I feel like it's a mindset that you go through life with. Just be a problem solver. Work to be
Mm-hmm.
a problem solver, and then it won't be no problem. It won't be no problem that you can't overcome.
Right.
And
Right. So.
and and like I think the problems kind of like build character.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
It's just like a rich person who never had to work for anything usually tends to not have as much character as somebody who worked for everything they got.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I love that part of it too. Like what I'm saying, I put some bricks together to get here. Like it wasn't just I was born with a silver spoon. Like what I mean, we got to put some
Right.
work in.
Yeah. Yeah. Now you definitely been putting the work in, man, and like you said, we have to learn from the things that it ain't always sweet, it ain't always the best. Like you could have the
Yeah,
number one song, but then now you got a traffic of people who good and a traffic of people who bad. Because you
yeah,
have more
and
visibility.
that, and also like let's just say you can get a number one song, and then the same day you get the number one song, your dog died.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like it be stuff
yeah,
like that. You know what I mean? People
mm-hmm,
be thinking in the just the professional realm, but it's like shit. Everybody got to live life. You know what I mean? Everybody got family. You got
yeah,
all kind of stuff. And like I said, life is going life, man. From what
mm-hmm.
I've been saying, it's just about how you graze through. You know what I'm saying? And how you deal with it.
Got it, got it. So you got a couple of companies, Tune Freak, Cashmere
Right, right.
Collective. Talk about the formation of these companies and what's coming up.
Okay, yeah, nah. So Tune Freak Recordings, that's my independent label.
Mm-hmm.
Um Probably been working on it maybe close to 10 years now. And you've been a very
Mm.
instrumental part of Tune Freak, of just helping me and helping me build it. So I'm very grateful for that. But it's kind of like a space where I release like my art as
Mm-hmm.
far as like my artist work,
Yeah.
my friends' artist work, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So anything that I'm kind of behind when it comes to urban music.
Mm-hmm.
I've been releasing it under Tune Free Recording. So that's an ongoing process. Very, very grateful for that. And just
Mm-hmm.
to have that outlet that I built and, just to share my art with people.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I feel like more people, and, rightfully so, were in tune with just my journey as a producer. So
Mm-hmm.
as I branched out into, my artistry, I feel like I had to create a space for it, and I'm still doing that, and very happy with the growth in it.
Yeah. I gotta get me some more TF hoodies, man. We
Yeah,
gotta show up
man.
again with the TFs.
Yeah, man. More vibe outs, you know what I'm saying? Working
Exactly.
on that too. Definitely working
Yeah.
on that. So,
Yeah.
Cashmere Collective is another piece, which I'm very, very passionate in.
Mm-hmm.
And building that for maybe like 6 years,
Okay.
which again, you know what I'm saying, you played an amazing role in. Soul's on the first EP, you know what I'm
Hey, man.
saying? We released, like you said, 3 records this year. So
Yeah.
Cashmere Collective to me though is a community service project. And it's to me, I just my ultimate goal is to be a place where creatives can create, you know what I mean, and share their art with the world, whether it's music, it's drawing, it's sketching, you know what I'm saying, whether it's planning events or anything, you know what I'm saying, whatever your art may be.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you're a part of the collective,
Gotcha.
So yeah, that's it's been going good. I feel like we're entering phase 2 right now. We've built the foundation, music and like instrumental wise,
Mm-hmm.
which is that's gonna continue nonstop. But now we're setting up events, you know what I mean, to start to get in the community and just collab with different movements and different people that we see spreading, you know what I'm saying, the light. So
Right.
yeah, that's basically in a nutshell what Cashmere is.
I'm gonna be up in there, man. It's smooth, it's fresh,
Yeah,
and it's a balance. It's like you need the tune freak urban
yeah.
situation, like
Right.
racks,
Yeah, for
But
sure.
then you also, like you kicking it over here. You got the lo-fi,
Yeah.
and you feel, it feels luxurious. It feel like it got a good little thing to
Yeah, you can water your plants, you know what I'm saying? Get you some work done, you know what I'm saying? Meditate.
Yeah, it's almost like and I know that this ain't what we had in mind, but Lil Jon went from the crunk era. Now he's like,
Yeah,
like let's zen
yeah,
it out. Like let's get his
yeah.
focal balance.
It's crazy because so many people hit me about they hit me about Andre first, you know what I'm saying, because they seen I've been doing the instrumental thing for like 5 years now, 4 or 5 years, and it's like, yeah, you see Andre's coming out with a flute album. I'm like, yeah, that's dope. Like I'm glad that these bigger figures are showing that you can grow and you
Right.
can do other things. So
Mm-hmm.
because the industry likes to try to categorize and put people in boxes, but
Right.
we're living beings, man. We go through phases, we go through seasons. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm just all about the expression of that. So I love, and I actually, Lil Jon is one of my favorite producers of all time. Part of the reason I do music. So
Yeah.
he was a heavy influence in my childhood, even though I never really got to, just meet him like that. But
Okay.
just from afar looking in and seeing, his impact. And to me, I feel like he's been successful in like 5 genres, like at least,
Yeah.
and
Nah.
even created, I think he even created like 2 genres, like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like,
Bro,
yeah, like,
bless, man, for sure.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So very, very, very influential. I always want to give him his flowers.
For sure. For sure. Now, how important is like keeping positivity, in your mix and all of that, and in your energy as far as creating? Like, how important is that to you?
It's very important, man. Like, it's, like I said, life is full of different experiences. So
Mm-hmm.
to me, part of my problem solving algorithm has been to, stay positively charged. And
Yeah.
there's so much that can bring you down just from social media to, you know, your peers, to the news, to whatever's going on in the world. That's, you know, why I like to have a escape. Like I have to meditate. I have to have Cashmere Collective in my life to kind of, you know, balance me out. Like I might go off too far to the left, and then it's like, okay, I can come back and get my zen right here with Cashmere. You know what I mean? It's like I come back to that to continue to reset. That's been like the reset frequency for me, and I feel like that's important for all human beings. So that's why, you know, I wanted to share that art with people, because I'm like, it helps me. So hopefully it can help somebody else.
Yeah. Do you feel like it's cutting through, or do you feel like sometimes people just feel like DJ Spins are just listening to all trap beats all day, like only making trap beats? Or like...
Well, from the way I see it now, like, yeah, in the beginning, you know, I'm sure like when they saw me post like the first instrumental album or whatever, they like, okay. Then they see me post another instrumental album, they're like, okay. Another one. It's like, oh, maybe I should listen this time. You know what I mean? And so I've seen, you know, the transition, you know what I mean, from where I started at the beginning of this journey to now, and I definitely could say that I'm very pleased with the amount of people that I've been able to affect, and I hope that I can affect a lot more.
Yeah. No, you've been all over the country, really all over the world, Japan, Singapore, like just to name a few. But I'm thinking like, well, how has that travel, you know, impacted, you know, your way of thinking as well?
Man, travel is amazing. Just to me, for the simple fact of the perspective that you gain every time you travel. So I tell people all the time, like, you know, especially when I run into somebody who might be complaining about a situation, which I recently had to talk about, and I'm just like, man, I know, you know, from being, you know, of faith, I'm sure you heard the term a lot of times, you don't know how blessed you are. But I really like to reiterate that to people, because in my travels I've seen a lot of, you know, cool things, but I've also seen, you know, people living in conditions that I couldn't imagine. You know what I'm saying? So I realized that we live in America, and you know, America is what it is, but from my travels and my, you know, my 10s and 20s of countries that I've seen, we are very, very blessed. And then not even in the sense of you're driving a Benz or a Bentley or a Rolls Royce or anything like that. If you could be out here in a 1-bedroom apartment, you have AC, you have, like you mother say, a roof over your head, you have a bathroom. Like, I don't think people understand that people don't have that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
electricity and light.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you can go to the grocery store. You don't have to kill your food.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, for me, you know, the traveling just opened my brain up to see, like, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of stuff out here, and, like, you know, a lot of the shit, you know, people act like brats about, or excuse me, I don't know if I can curse, but the stuff that people act like brats about, like, man, like, you're extremely blessed, man. It could be worse.
Definitely.
It could be worse. That, yeah.
Definitely. Well, Spence, you know, I ain't ready for you to go yet. You know what I'm saying? But I've enjoyed.
I appreciate it.
I've enjoyed the conversation. I gotta make sure that I invite you back. That we continue this going on. This is floor 62. Sure. You know what I'm saying? So welcome to the building. You know, like,
yes, sir.
this is where we're gonna be at. So we're gonna turn up Tune Freak. We're gonna turn up Cashmere Collective. We're gonna turn up DJ Spins, man. What do you want to leave the people with?
Hey, man, I just want to leave them with peace, man. Thank you for having me. You know what I'm saying? Just want to send love and peace, man.
Okay. Well, y'all heard it, man. Look, from Augusta, Georgia, it's my brother from another mother, man. Shout out to your mom. Shout out to my mom.
Shout out to Mama Soul. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
All good.
Very grateful.
Thank you, Spins, and we'll see you next time.
Okay, man.
till the music stop.
My bad, I had you extra loaded over here. Hit, hit that blue button that say start recording on OBS, and then hit the mute button on the other shit on the Grace on the
Grace.
See what we putting down here.
That Grace, man.
What it is, man, it's your boy K Major, and this is my exclusive new song called Talk to Me Nice on Floor 62 Radio. Let's go.
Say what you tell. When you talking to me. Talk to me nice. Yeah. You better talk to me nice. That's right. Yeah. Talk to me nice. There you go. Yeah. Some good advice. Talk to me nice. That's right. Yeah. Talk to me nice. Said where was you when I was down bad? Out here on my own trying to get a bag. This ain't harder, you don't get a pass. She wasn't cool, but I got the last laugh. Used all your favors now, looking for mine. Came up, got paper, but it's more on my mind. Nah, this ain't the old me. See, I'm on some new shit, love. Yeah, talk to me nice. You better talk to me nice. That's right. Yeah, talk to me nice. There you go. Yeah, some good advice. Talk to me nice. That's right. Yeah. Talk to me nice. Don't believe in karma, I'ma make you believe. Yeah, it's too late, I already took it too far. I was out here grinding when you told me to leave. You ain't have no loyalty cause you a runner. Gotta go hard cause my family need me. Nobody hold me down, this shit ain't easy. Who gon' be there when I fall down to stand me up? When you talk to me nice. You better talk to me nice. That's right. Yeah, talk to me nice. There you go. Yeah, some good advice. Talk to me nice. That's right. Yeah, talk to me nice.
Wake up, man. It's the J.Soul morning show. I told y'all I had a brand new guest for y'all, a very special guest. Man, he's from Cartersville, but he's been all over the place performing, writing for people like Future, Jacquees, some of your favorite people. I've worked with him, and I'm very honored to have my brother joining with me today, man. K Major. What's up, man?
What up? How you feeling?
Where you at today?
Man, I'm in Atlanta. I just got here. I've been traveling. I went to New Orleans to see my family. Like my dad, my sister live there.
Okay.
She got a nonprofit out there that's doing well. So I went out there to check on her and visit them. And now I'm back here for the new week, ready to get started. You know how it go.
Okay, you got a sister with a nonprofit in New Orleans?
Yeah, so my sister has a nonprofit called Mission Rebirth. And she was previously incarcerated, you know what I'm saying, wrongfully accused but incarcerated. Right. And, you know, when you got things on your record that make you, it's hard to recover. So you got people that's got felonies on their record or whatever on their record, but they're good people. They working people with degrees or whatever. And then, you know, when they try to work past that point, you can't really get hired anywhere. You got to kind of start over. And it's like a burden on you. Like you can never be better. Even when you're better, you can never be better. So she created a nonprofit to help those people get job interviews, show them different ways to maneuver in the ways that she made it, you know what I'm saying, throughout that. And even going to get her record expunged and, you know, different things like that, and getting multiple degrees and studying at Xavier. That's something that she's been doing. So it's became big to where she's partnered with the city, like the mayor, the sheriff's department, a lot of people down there. It's just expanded massively.
I've got to go check that out, man, because you know that this is so in line with the work that me and a lot of people close to me do. And I had no idea. I didn't even know you had a sister, man. So it's good we having this interview.
Oh
though.
yeah,
So
my sister's the oldest of us all.
Okay.
She's the oldest
Okay.
of three. So
Okay.
she kind of set the foundation for us all. And you know, she ran across some hard times in her life to where she was helping people and was in the wrong crowd, and she, you know, took full responsibility. But the blessing, you know, it's like a full circle moment happening right now where the same people who, you know, accused her and locked her up and did all that are the same people that's granting her grants and things and such, and partnering with her to do better in the community. So it's amazing to see. You know, it's God's work, definitely.
Yeah, God said He'll make your enemies the footstool now. So
And that's exactly what I'm seeing happen, bro. On a daily.
That's what's up. Let's go to your music journey, because I read your bio too. 15 years old, Cartersville. And so give me some of your music background and give us some of your journey.
Yeah, man. I started doing music when I was 12 years old, 12, 13 in Cartersville, Georgia. And, you know, I was playing sports at first. I was in the band while in high school, and I love music. You know, my dad did bookings.
What did you play in the band, real quick, man?
Well, okay, so I started on trumpet.
Okay.
My 8th grade year, or my 7th grade year, and I
Okay.
hated it. I learned it. This is how I was introduced to learning reading music. But
Got you.
all the cool kids was in drumline. You know, all the black kids, especially. It was like, yo, all my homies in drumline. What's up? Why am I doing? The trumpet was shiny at first, but the drums was just crazy. You know, it was a culture, and drumline that came out that year.
True.
So at this point, like, I played trumpet. They didn't allow you to switch instruments, but my mom cornered the music teacher in Walmart, got me a tryout, and so all summer I self-taught myself. We couldn't afford lessons. I had to catch up with the kids. They already had a year ahead of me, so I had to catch up. And I went to like the people older than me to learn over the summer and trained, and then I became a snare drummer.
Okay.
You know, and I was in marching band, and I stood strong with it. But I also was rapping. You know, I was touching with raps and burning CDs and recording myself and making beats. I was experimenting with that at a young age, and had a lot of peers around me who was doing the same thing. Just in a small town, we didn't have a way out. So,
how small is Cartersville? Like,
I mean, now it's grown. You know, we got people like Trevor Lawrence, Ashton Hagens. Even on the music side, we got people like Brian Sannon. He's got crazy TikTok following. He just dropped. He's been dropping hella records that's streaming millions. You know what I'm saying? And he shot a video at our movie theater. That's unheard of. Like, but where it was when I was growing up was like the population was maybe 60, 70,000 people, and out of that you maybe had like 10,000 black people. We had 3 schools there, small town, barely hit a radio station in Atlanta. No music outlet at all. Like, you just rapped. That was it. Like, when you sold product to people in the city. Other than that, making it big was like a dream, really, really a dream.
So how did you get out of that?
Yeah, so I'm working at McDonald's in 2005, 6. I'm working at McDonald's right off the exit, exit 288, still there in Cartersville. And DJ Yola at the time has a song called I Ain't Gonna Let Up. That's out in Atlanta. MySpace is showing us this. You know what I'm saying? MySpace is where you're seeing all this at. YouTube really ain't the thing yet. It's MySpace. So we're on MySpace finding out about artists, and all of a sudden I look up, I'm clocking out of work, about to get out of work, and I see DJ Yola. I'm like, hey, you look familiar. I'm like, hey, DJ Yola. So he had his security, his management team, they had jewelry on, things like that. So I walked up to the guy with the jewelry on. His name was Big Ron, and that was his manager. And he also, you know, fast forward, Big Ron was managing Shawty Red, Fat Boy, the producer. These people at the time. And he had a company partner with Fat Boy in called Black Shield. So you know, they were together. I didn't really know who Fat Boy was or Shawty Red like that. I just knew Yellow.
Right.
You know, I wasn't in the production line yet. I was making beats, but I wasn't big on. If you want Timberland, Swiss Beats, For Real, like those names, I really didn't know. You know, I didn't know the South like Toon or Drummer Boy, like these names, like the brand of producers, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I meet them. I got, you know, 14-year-old energy, 15-year-old energy. I'm like, yo, I'm the hottest guy in the city. Like, you need to listen to my music. Like, what's up? But I didn't go to the artist. I knew better than that. I went to the manager, and he was like, man,
Okay.
you on my face. You know, but I worked at McDonald's, so I had some pull in there. So I was like, well, look, man, McDonald's on me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And I pay for all the McDonald's if you listen to my music. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I ended up giving them a discount, getting the McDonald's discount, you know. And while they was bagging up all them large orders and stuff, I was off of work. So I went to the car with the manager and played him some songs, and he was mind blown. He was like, wait, you talented for real. Like, this is hard. Like, bro, we got a boom, boom, boom. Like, where your parents at? You know, like, so that ended up being my first situation, my first management deal, production deal.
Okay.
It wasn't for beats. It was just being an artist. You know, I went by like K-Swag back then or something.
K-Swag, I saw that.
I was Young Star, and I was KB the Youngster. Okay. And then it was K-Swag, then K-Major.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, so that was my K-Swag era. And yeah, I was introduced to the industry at that point. I was around acts like Gucci and, you know, R. Kelly had signed this artist at the time. Kalina from Dirty Money was writing a lot of that stuff. Yin Yang Twins, Mike Jones, Waka, the beginning of Waka, Southside before he made beats and stuff.
And how old were you right here?
I'm like 14, 15 years old.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah,
as a matter of fact, I was 16 because I had just started driving.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, I'm 16 because I can drive to Atlanta on my own. At first, I couldn't, so it was like a transition between 15 and 16. At first, I couldn't drive. When I first met them, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah.
I really wasn't driving. I think I had my learners or something, or my parents let me drive, but I wasn't supposed to. It was something crazy, but I was that young, man. I had a song called When I Start Driving on one of them songs that I played them.
I gotta hear the old K-Swag music. You gotta
my city know. Like, people from Cartersville definitely know. They definitely know what's going on with that. They like, okay, well, you remember all this. So yeah, from there, man, I continued to go to high school in my city. It was more of a business for me at that point. Not really strong business, just like I knew I was a brand. I knew I was a product. I feel like I had a deal. You know what I'm saying? I got a record deal now, so I'm moving different. So I had my crew with me. I started 3MG, my own company. And it was just kind of like, you 3MG, you 3MG, we 3MG, this 3MG, you know, at first. Then I was in a group called 3MG where it was me and my homie. And we named ourselves 3MG. And it was me and an artist named Chosen One. I got a big story, long story, bro. With that turned into me and him. This is the same era of time. Signed to Fat Boy and Big Ron and them. That deal lasts 2 years. I get out of that deal. Nothing happens in that deal for real. I just really learned what the industry is, and I'm learning this like new, like fresh, like freshman. So right after that, I feel like I had more confidence getting out that deal to kind of like do it myself and get back to some of my old ways of dropping music and selling it because I was making money, but also knowing it's a bigger world out here. So that's when me and Anthony decided to be a group, and this is like my senior year of high school. And then ongoing, or not junior, senior year, I'm going to say senior year. Yeah, senior year past that point, it was me and Anthony. And we did that for 2-3 years, and we did shows in Atlanta. Now my brother is in Atlanta a lot. My older brother is in Atlanta, so he kind of managing us at the time and helping us set the LLCs up. This is like 2009 now. He helping us get the LLC for 3MG Entertainment, and boom, boom, boom. And then right when this happens, we don't have no budget. We don't have nothing going on. We just all my brother putting his money in. Like, he had a job running 200 here and helping with CDs, and then me having to get my hustle on. And this was going on at this time. And
you gotta send me some pictures and some videos and stuff. We're gonna run it through while we talk.
Yeah, it's so much. I'm pulling it. I actively been pulling it for the last 3 years, trying to pull different stuff.
Yeah, that's what it's about. It's about telling the stories. You know, nobody gonna tell our stories like we can tell our stories. And a lot of time when people do be telling some of the story and then they kind of leave, you're like, oh yeah, okay, y'all didn't want to talk about Scream, or y'all didn't want to, you didn't want to talk about K Major, you know, like.
Yeah, I try exactly. I get left out of a lot of people's stories, and so I try to tell mine and try to make sure I remember everybody that was a part Of course, sometimes you're not gonna remember. I remember everybody, but in storytelling mode, sometimes you're telling general storylines than specific, like who brung you here, who took you here. But a lot of people played a part, whether it was small and big in my career. I know that for a fact. So I know it's a lot of people out here that's just like, yeah, I drove into the studio, or yeah, I did this, and I'm like, yeah, I was moving as a kid. I'm everywhere doing everything. But yeah,
what
me
would
and
you
Ant
say
was in
is
Atlanta.
like?
Oh, go ahead.
You and Ant was in Atlanta. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, me and Ant was in Atlanta, man, and that just turned into just continuing learning. If I'm to summarize it, I'm just learning. And this person, my manager now, and Nina Nine from Sirius Radio, and then Coach K, my manager for a little bit, and then I'm independent again, and I got an investor. Like I kind of been through a lot of that, to figure out who I am today.
Right. You talked about learning, so I wanted to get maybe like 2 or 3 things you would say that you learned from the industry dealing. You've been around since you were 14, and I guess you're about 33 now.
33.
You're born in 91. So give them some gems.
Well, the biggest one I learned, I can't even say biggest, but the one I'm on right now, what I put a magnifying glass is age doesn't matter in this industry. I think a lot of us start off wanting that record deal. Like, I want to sign a record deal, but I don't think we really know what that is. I think that we just put two things together. Like, most of the time people say they signed a record deal, now they got a Bentley outside. I think that's what happens, and in that is a lot of pressure that comes with that, because everybody's hustling, right? So you got the managers and people that's going to tell you need to be a certain age to get in the game. But really, that's just like, you need to be young enough for me to fuck you over. You know what I'm saying? And once you get old enough for me not to fuck you over, now you're a threat. You know what I'm saying? Now you're competition, and it's not so friendly. So I think that's what I learned. I came in young, so coming in young, everybody loves the young guy. Everybody can make some money with the young guy. It's effortless. It's just like you just be yourself. You be a gullible kid who don't know, like, hey, what's that? And they like, oh my gosh, he doesn't know. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like it's just kind of that. And then as you progress, I think when I hit the 25 meter, that's when I saw the reality, and I kind of just started turning my face at the game. It was kind of like, this is category 5 time. Now the game is like, oh, how old is he? 25. Oh, he's too old. Like at 25? Like what? Like I'm in the middle of the culture. Like the girls like me. Like I go outside. Like I don't have a problem in today's society. I don't know who's making this decision, but at that point I deciphered the game of what it is. It's a business. Man, really just, obtaining value, self-value. Self-value. You could be valuable to different people in the industry, and they'll use you for that. I think this far that people have seen I'm a great songwriter and producer. So when people look at me, they lean more towards what they benefit off of for me, and not really who I am. It takes my focus off, because you got to survive, right? You gotta make money to pay your rent and do things like that, but you also got to be fully yourself. And that decision sometimes is what I fought with a lot. So that's the biggest thing I learned. Just accept me for who I am, how I like to wear my hair, how I like to dress. What do I like to express? Because it's expression. It's not a systematic approach that should be, that sometimes we see in music, where it's like, sound like this, be like this, dress like this, hop and dance like this, or you're not a star. So like, what's a star? Like, exactly.
What's a star? What's a hit?
What's a superstar? and if people know what this is and how to build them, then why don't we have a new superstar every week?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like I put all these things together in my head over the years of going crazy, quitting, giving up on myself, and now I'm kind of just coasting at my own pace of, like, I think self-discovery. I want to say like I'm rediscovering myself, like what I love, what I like to do.
Okay, we'll talk about that. What's some of the things you discover that you like to do that's going on now?
Music style. I feel like I've been limited in music. Even to my peers, and I'm talking to people, I'm like, I can't continue to do the same things that I've done. I do like doing those things. I see what people like, but I see what people like, so sometimes your people around you will push a certain thing, like a certain agenda. You sound like this, or I love this about you, or okay, I love this about you. And I fall for those, things, because you're always searching for what people like, right? But the fans tell me, like, hey, we like all of you. Like, we like when you rap, we like when you sing, we like when you make beats, we like all of that. So a lot of times in my past, I would produce for Future or Usher, Chris Brown, Jacquees, whatever. But you listen to K Major albums, and I would only produce one song. I would kind of be discouraged when it came to my stuff, right? Or I would let people come in and do my stuff. But it's just like, at a certain point you realize like, wait, I'm great. Like people can help, we can collaborate, but I run this shit. Like this.
I feel you.
Yeah, like I make the beats around this motherfucker, like, cause it's me. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I can, and God gave me that ability. Like he gave me the ability to be a producer and play instruments and post produce and engineer and mix and master. And sometimes you just have people like, I guess, I don't know. And it's like, hey, I want to be involved, but he do so much. So what can I do? And for a lot of times I would give people those positions. Oh, you can make the beat, bro. Oh, no, you can do this. And now I'm kind of, I'm focused to like, listen to these ideas. This is what I'm thinking. And see what you can add to, or you can come to the table with something, but I'm always going to put my, like, nah, that's not what I'm on right now. Or this is what I'm on. And I keep that. Like I set that precedent. What's going on?
Tell me, and I like that. I like that, and I think that's what artists need to be for real. You know, like I think the freer an artist can be, and not being told what to do, or learn how to engineer, learn how to record, just learn how to write a B section, or like.
Yeah. And to piggyback off that, I don't even think that is really like so much of that. I think it's more like my campaign right now that I'm on is men lie, women lie, right?
Okay.
But it's kind of like, why do we lie? Right? Why do we lie? Is all lying negative? Sometimes we lie for a positive, sometimes we lie for a negative. But lying is lying. We all agree that a lie is a lie. Like we know what a lie is, but do we know what a lie does? Like if the public really knew everything, could we survive? So are we lied to for our survival? You know what I'm saying? And I say all that to say, like, in this industry, I don't think that people know how to decipher the truth and lies, right?
Okay.
And so, like, we don't know why the lie is being presented. And we need to focus on why the lie is there and not that it's a lie. Like, we can identify, we can feel a lie. We can be like, you lying, or that's a lie. I don't feel right about what you said. But can you decipher that that's a real lie? Or, like, can you decipher why that lie is present? Because sometimes you need to be lied to. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a conversation that I'm starting, man. It's just a conversation I'm starting. I think that a lot of people want to know why people lie. Women want to know why men lie. Men want to know why women lie. And then at jobs, we want to know why we lie to. As we survive every day, we want to know why we're lied to about the food we eat and the things that we do. So that's the campaign I'm on right now. Men lie, women lie.
So what's your solution for this? What's
like I said, I think that it's a balance of life. I think that I think that it's gonna happen. I think that the person that even judges the liar is a liar.
The person who judges the liar is a liar.
Is a liar.
Okay.
In a way, you might just not feel like your lie is for a negative reason. I'm not gonna tell my mom this, or I'm not gonna tell this person this because I don't want them to crash out. You know, I don't want to tell people I got money because I don't want everybody asking me for something. You know, so every lie isn't just to misdirect in a negative way. Sometimes it's just for everybody's well-being. Because if you start asking me for too much shit, I'm gonna cut you off. So I'd rather just tell you I'm not gonna tell you I have anything. I'm just gonna act normal, right? And see how you really feel about me. Like sometimes within a lie you'll find the truth. So a lot of times, so I think that's what it is. I'm not saying it's okay to lie in every situation. I'm just saying that that's what the answer is. I don't think we'll ever find some answers as far as it being one thing with billions of people on the planet.
It also brings up the question, what really is the truth? What really is the truth other than what we agree on?
And that's the search. And that's the search that everybody is on every day. Is it true that you should work for yourself? Is it true that you should work for other people? Because both you survive and both you could pay your bills, but it's just like some people don't want Lamborghinis. Some people content with what they got and they'll go work a job and work there. My grandmother worked for 60 years straight, didn't complain. You know, because at one point black people couldn't even work all jobs, right? We were slaves. So having a job at one point was like, damn, hell yeah, we made it, right? And now in culture, it's like entrepreneurship is the new thing. And so it's like having a job is that cool to have or whatever. But I think we're getting back to a point to now where people are like, yo, if we don't work, we ain't gonna eat. And robots got to replace us. So we gotta act fast, right? I think we're getting to that. So that's where we at with it, man. We're in search of the truth. And I feel like your truth is who you are. Your intention, your spirit, right? Like when the things that you do that you don't tell yourself to do.
Yeah, your habits.
Your habits, your peace, your happiness, your circle, your inner core, like nothing matters but what you feel in in this space, I think that that's what we all searching for, and I think that that's the truth. The truth is, I don't like going to the club. The truth is, I don't even like hanging with y'all like that. Y'all don't represent what I represent. The truth is, I don't like doing this. The truth is this, but the lie is a survival tactic that we use to survive, and it's happening all around us. I see people that ain't really who they are, you know, but to make a little money, they got to be that, right? And at the end of the day, they just trying to pay their bills and make it to the next day. So I don't judge people. I just know that we have to live more in truth, like, you know. And if we search for that within ourselves, then you'll find that a lot of things that you do, you don't even like doing. You're doing it for somebody else. Do it for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
So you look at yourself and you value yourself. Like you said when we got on the phone, you was like, "Yeah, man, I'm in a space to where I'm me." You know, like this is me. Like this is mine. This is me. This is what I'm doing. I feel good about it. It's my calling. It's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna do it wholeheartedly. I think that that's the energy that we all search for.
That's right. That's right. Now, we've all had some adversity and things had to shift. You know, do you share something where you feel like in the music journey, this happened and then I had to like bounce back and, you know?
Yeah, I think that I started to work with my idols. You know, a lot of my idols, a lot of people that I looked up to coming in the game for what they were doing, right? And then I learned like, okay, that's the PR version. That's kind of like we've only been told the positives, right? They covered up the negatives as much as they could. As many of the negatives as they could, they covered. But the positives is what we've seen out of people at the highest level. But then you get around those people and you're exposed to the negatives and you realize that we're all human. Like we're no different. We're the same. So at that point, I started having, you know, it felt like a competitive journey with my idols. You know, where it felt like I don't have the cars and the credits and the nothing. I don't have any of that really. I'm talented. I love music and I want to go here. You know what I'm saying? And if you can help me, I definitely want to be a part of that. And however I can help you, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully you see value in me to where I could be a part. But I feel like within my career and that I found a lot of jealousy, envy of the pure things that I have. My light, right? My spirit, my light. You can't break somebody's light. You can't break that in a person. You only can, the music is one thing, but who they are is another thing, right? So it's like, you might not play my song on radio, but my ability to socialize with people and connect with people, you can't break. I was given that from God. So, and sometimes that intimidates people, right? Sometimes that intimidates people. So when you in a room and you got too much light or you got a personality that's big in a room, then a person with a small personality will look at you as an enemy, you know? Or they'll look at you like, I want to be him and envy you, and that envy, jealousy, like they'll have those things instead of being motivated or inspired, right? You can't choose where people lean. So that's what I noticed at a certain point in my career. I think it was when I started working with a lot of my idols.
So how do you navigate through that and still be able to be K Major?
Yeah, I think that's where the human you comes, right? So if somebody walk up to you and slap you, no matter where you at, you don't want to fight. Yeah, so it's like when you walk into a room, you professional, right? I got my collar buttoned up, I got my tie on, like I speak professional, like I'm here to do my job and I mean this, like I genuinely came here to do my job and be professional. Like I don't hate anybody, I don't want to harm anybody, right? But then you get bullied and punched and beat up and kicked to a point where you're like, hey man, I'm a grown man, bro, I'll beat your ass, you know what I'm saying? Right. You become that person and then you see everybody kind of like frail. And everybody's scared of you. But then what I learned about the industry is when you do that, now you're hard to work with or you deemed just aggressive. You know, you just got aggressive personality. It might have never been me. You know, I never had a really aggressive personality, but respect is another thing. So like I said, sometimes you get pushed to a point of humanness. And I think that's what people mean by sell your soul. I think when you get pushed to that point, you either can sell your soul and say, you know what, I know this is wrong. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. Let me make a lot of money. I'll just be whatever you want me to be. Or it's kind of like, well, now my character says and how Ray says that don't line up with my belief, right?
Right.
Life in a whole. So I would rather not have the fame and the fortune. Okay. That means that I can keep my dignity and my character and go home and sleep well at night. So I feel like a lot of people have made that decision. You know, I'm not the first. I just feel like I'm the first to kind of break it down in a way that people can hear it and be like, well, dang, that's it. That's I'm not tripping. Like, that's it. So men lie, women lie. That's where I'm at.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Give me maybe like 2 or 3 highlights, your favorite things that has happened to you in the music industry.
Oh man, getting my first placements. Shout out to people like DJ Spins. People that just saw me at a time and, you know, didn't have to do something. You know what I'm saying? Like, people that you've seen winning and getting credits and they just did something small, like acknowledge you. You know what I'm saying? Yo, you hard. Like, that go a long way, I think, that, and people don't really notice that. That changed everything for me, because I remember walking up to, and I just use him specifically because we got a lot of music out. And it's like, I remember walking up to him one time in the club and he was like, oh, yeah, beat 7,500. You know, I was like, nobody. Like, bro, I want some beats, 7,500. Talk to my manager. And then you learn relationships. Like, Nina Nine's my manager at Sirius Radio. Spence went up to the crib one time. I see him, smoke one with him. Well, I don't even think he smoked. I think I smoked, but smoked one. And then met him then. You know, now I'm signed to Dream. DJ MLK sends me a beat. I do a hook. It's on the Spins beat. You know what I'm saying? Spins, what is this? He's like, oh, it's K Major. So that's how I learned value. You know what I'm saying? But those times of people at their level, even DJ MLK, Nina Nine, all these people, to already have motion going on, and their careers going their own life, and to say he's talented, I'm a rock with him. Whether it was a short time or a long time, those things let me know, like, okay, yeah, this is what it's an affirmation. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. Because they see it, like, and that's all they see. That's all they're around. But they see me and I'm not even there. And they like, yo, you one of them. You're supposed to be over here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's big for me.
Okay, well, I've been seeing all these plaques you've been coming to your place and stuff, you know.
Oh, yeah, man. You know, we set up and we load up. They on every wall. If you was here, you'll see they on every wall. I used to not be a plaque person.
I feel you.
I really still, well, I can't say now I am, but I wasn't a plaque person. But I learned that a lot of doubt, you know, when I would have conversations with people on my angle of the game, or we just be talking in small conversations, it was kind of like my opinion wasn't valued. I felt overlooked even in conversation. You know, it got to that point with me where I hate to say it like this because I don't want the industry to feel away. So it's with all due respect, but I'm anti-industry, right? I don't believe in the aesthetic of the industry right now.
Yeah, I feel you.
The culture of the industry right now, I'm not a fan of. You know, people got their different problems with streaming and stuff like that, but the culture, the people, the hazing.
Yeah, the kiss the ring.
Yeah, the this is supposed to be our art that we express ourselves, and then people are supposed to get notoriety for the level they do the art on, like the high level of performance. And it's more like, well, you're not cool with him, so I ain't cool with you, or you ain't have sex with this person, or you ain't paid this person, so like, and we forget that, especially in Black culture, we forget that we grew up in poverty, we grew up with nothing.
Right.
So, but they expect us to have $1 million to be heard. And I don't remember the world being like that. A lot of things that are the most notable things in the world weren't expensive. They were just value high because of like the things we're doing now, 100 years from now, none of us will be here, right? And so the things that we're doing now will be left here as artifacts. And it's like, what are you doing? So the gatekeeping thing of not showing the highest forms of art from the human society, not putting notoriety to that, or you basically saying you're burying history right in front of your eyes. You know what I'm saying? Because the people 100 years from now won't even discover it,
right?
Or know it was even done. You know, so we got like Etta James, we got just a lot of people, poets and Van Gogh, and you know, it's before a blog site.
That's right. That's right.
But these things really mean something to the culture and art, you know.
Yeah, they've packaged it up and made it a system, you know.
Exactly.
When it was music and we were just supposed to share it, and you know, if you're working hard, great, you know. Then it was never supposed to be like, okay, you working hard, but we got this person signed over here, so we're gonna make it look real easy for them, you know.
I did a Black Excellent Awards. I actually won Artist of the Year, but I actually learned more at this award show than ever. I've been to the BT Awards. I've been to a lot of award shows, but this specific, it was in Cartersville. They got their own Black Excellent Awards up there now, right? We done gone into that. Like we're doing it. We're doing it big, like a real award show, like big. But it goes over the history of the people from there and the things that we've done in the world that's been big and impactful. And when I looked into that and I'm learning, I'm like, yeah, a lot of these people weren't famous. Yeah. You know, they weren't rich. Right. Martin Luther King, I didn't remember them saying he had $10 million or $100 million. Right. Exactly. Malcolm X. I just remember these people making impact. So it's like the oversaturation of the market makes us feel like we need that. When really the work you put in every day is validation. You don't know who you motivating, where you motivating them at. Like you doing a radio show right now. If I'm back to my 12-year-old self, or even me at this age, seeing you do it, it's like, dang, I want to, like, dang, bro, how you do that? Right? Right. You know what I'm saying? It's that, and you motivating somebody to be like, man, I want to be on radio. You don't know. That's right. That's right. That's beauty of the art. That's the beauty. That's the beauty. That's what keeps me going.
Well, that's what's up, man. Tell these folk what's up with K Major. What's the next project, and how they can get in contact with you if they need to.
Definitely. Follow me at K Major Music. Website The Real K Major. Yeah, I'm about to do a contest. So basically, the contest is like men lie, women lie. What's the biggest lie you've been told, right? And the best story that I see, I'm gonna choose like 13 people for a live event to come out to the studio, and we're gonna make a song based on the concept, right? So I'm gonna do that. That's what's coming up next. I'm gonna open that up to the public soon. I'm kind of wrapping my arms around it, my hands around it, my mind around how I want to do that. But I just want to start this conversation and get to the bottom of it, but with people, you know, and stir it up. Let's make content around it. Like, you know, I may give people a chance to get in the video, but I definitely want people at the studio to help me create it. I want to give them an opportunity. I want to open up my subscribers, my fan list, and my fan base so we can start doing things together and curate events of this kind of energy, you know, this energy. So that's what's coming up now. I'm also putting out songs weekly. I got one coming out Friday called Talk to Me Nice. I dropped one last week called Compliments, and I dropped one a week before that called No Boo. Yeah. So I'm constantly just feeding people, you know, but at this stage, rather, I'm just making it make sense with what we really talking about. You know what I'm saying? So as we having these conversations, we creating the music, we putting it out. That's where I'm at. So look forward to that from me. Definitely subscribe on my website and on my IG. Look out for the posts, look out for the links, so you can be up to date on all that. We're gonna go.
Okay, beautiful, man. And what do you want to leave them with, man? What you want to leave the people with? Floor 62 Radio, Floor 62 TV, man.
Man, right here today on Floor 62 TV, man. Keep going. Believe in yourself. That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest message I can tell you. The world ain't going to believe in you. It's going to be people standing right beside you that say they believe in you, that don't believe in you, and you're not tripping. Just always believe in yourself. Search for the truth. Don't put yourself in positions you know you don't like it. Don't do it. You know, stay in your bag, you know, and grow in that direction. Search for new things. Yeah.
Well, y'all just heard from K Major. You know what I'm saying? He's in the ATL right now. He got all the plaques going on right now, but that's just the beginning. It's just the beginning. And music coming out every single Friday. He's going to be tapped into Floor 62 Radio. I'm going to be tapped into the story, the contest, and all of it. So we going to see. Men lie, women lie. So let's see what's going on with it. All right. Thank you, K Major, man. You going to come back to the show, bro?
Definitely. Appreciate y'all having me, man. Anytime.
Okay, cool. Anytime. Cool. Well, take care, man. Thank you for coming to the show, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, love, bro.
All love, bro.
Come and take a shot tonight. Girl, it's been a long week. Don't spend no money. It's all on me. Taking pictures in the mirror. They gon' see what I see. 5'11" with your heels on, yeah. It's enough for me to feel on, baby. Girl, I love your smell. Girl, I love your hair. I love the things you wear, baby. I don't kiss and tell. We smoke in the air, baby. In the ATL. ATL, baby. We on Counter Road, yeah. Getting it all in motion.
See, I don't like nobody in my section, and I don't like nobody trying to check me. I'm just trying to roll on. She just trying to hold on. So I don't even care. I just put my on. Got a last swinging in the air. Don't compare. She be creeping that well. She be lying when she tell you she ain't here. So I gotta hold, babe. Take control, baby. We can role play. Yeah, she don't want a man that can roll her. She just want a man she can grow with. She just wanna hold on. So I'ma let her hold on. Yeah.
Come and take a shot tonight. Girl, it's been a long week. Don't spend no money. It's all on me. Taking pictures in the mirror. They gon' see what I see. 5'11" with your heels on, yeah. It's enough for me to feel on, baby. Girl, your love is rare, and I don't think it's fair. And this ain't truth or dare, baby, but you the truth, I swear, baby. Sativa set the mood, yeah. We don't seem to care, baby. Dancing to the song, yeah. Getting it all in motion. 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 Getting it all in motion, yeah. Getting it all in motion, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the ATL.
But I won't let them get the best of me. I'm gon' hold it down and ride it out into the death of me. You know I'm the missing ingredient that's in your recipe. Shouts out to my enemies. I'm
Scream.
J.Soul. Baby boy, grand hustle boy, young LA. Swag on the runaway. Get them out, I be stacking, man.
You know what it is, man? It's your boy KT, man. We out here in Oakland City, man. Showing baby boy love. This stunt video now. The crew do it, nigga. Okay, cool. What it do, man? Y'all already know, man. Your boy Young LA. We out here, man. West side kicking it, man. You know, zone folks stand up out here in Oakland City, man. With my little brother from little baby boy. We out here doing his video. Stunting. You know what we do. Cups up. It's in the house. We out here to party, just cool on the, you know, on the real good day. We got the kids out here. A lot of ladies came out supporting our movement. Y'all look out for baby boy. Baby boy on the move, man.
J.Soul. We got another one. I'm a money-making nigga on the money-making mission. I got plans.
The heart was in it. All the people showing love, and that's what it's about, you know what I mean? So stay tuned, we'll be right back after these scheduled, you know, messages.
I'm a money-making nigga on the money-making mission. I got plans to go and get it while you slacking on your prep and I get nothing but.
First video shoot for Baby Boy, man. We're really excited, man. J.Soul the G, 84soul.com. That's like my last name. It's the first thing. It's, you know, we a little late, but it's all good. The sun just came out. It's a beautiful day.
Get them out, I be stacking, man. Running out, they getting money, man. Got a bag, I'm a swag on 100, man. Get them out, I be stacking, man. Get them out, bitch, I'm bossed up. Lean in the cup, pull up to the top, bitch, I'm bossed
your boy, the Country King, representing Groundhouse 2 Fuller. Red about to come. Hold on, baby. Go get that Cocaine 2 mixtape. Go drop that lean with Yo Gotti in Young LA, man. That's my single, man. You know, we be leaning like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Easter color and the goddamn white cup, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Can't forget. Swag on 100 band. What up, baby boy? Let's get it, man. Introduction, man.
Produced by Crack Team, man. Production. Crack Team production. That means everything they touch is crack. Got to know that, man.
Crack Team. Crack Team.
J.Soul. Baby boy, grand hustle boy, young LA. Swag on 100 band. Get them out, I be stacking, man. Riding out there, getting money, man. I'ma fall till I fall. Got 'em mad, 'cause my swag on 100 band. Get them out, I be stacking, man. Riding out there, getting money, man. I'ma fall till I fall. Got 'em mad, 'cause my swag on 100 man. Sex fish shopping, Nina Marcus ballin'. I do this every day 'cause I be popping tags often. Money's not a problem, so I ball. It lean is smaller, turn on a wall. Buy everything I want, 100,000 when I cash out. I be like, free me partner, I'ma shop until I pass out. Pockets filled with guap, money I got plenty. Gotta buy it all and leave them all empty. Get them all, I be stacking, man. Riding all day, getting money, man. I'ma fall till I fall. Got 'em mad, 'cause my swag on 100 man. Get them all, I be stacking, man. Riding all day, getting money, man. I'ma fall till I fall. Got 'em mad, 'cause my swag on 100 man. Walking to the mall, buy all the antique 7 jeans. Air Hardy 87, 32 in LRG. All the Coogee, all the Polo, all the Louis and Lacoste. When I feel my white boy swag, I just go shop at Hollister's. Eating apple Dodger. Saturday I rock a True Religion with the Prada. Money I got a lot of. Pockets filled with guap. Money I got plenty. Gotta buy it all and leave them all empty. Get them out, I be stacking, man. Riding all day, getting money, man. I'ma fall till I fall. Got 'em mad, 'cause my swag on 100 man. Get them out, I be stacking, man. Riding all day, getting money, man. I'ma fall till I fall. Got 'em mad, 'cause my swag on 100 man.
That what shawty do. Sound 60 cool. When I'm with the fam, hopping out the lamb. All I know is turn it up and all I know is play. G4, G5, all I know is J. When it bout that ass, that thing got shitted on the bed. 5-time team and I put it on my chest. Hottest in the city, I go hard on all the red. Bidding for a show and I ain't taking nothing less. Crosses on me everywhere like, oh my God, I'm blessed. Bidding for a show and I ain't taking nothing less.
Get them out, I be stacking, man. Riding all day, getting money, man. I'ma fall till I fall. Got 'em mad, 'cause my swag on 100 man. Get them out, I be stacking, man. Riding all day, getting money, man. I'ma fall till I fall. Got 'em mad, 'cause my swag on 100 man. J.Soul. Baby boy, grand hustle boy, young LA. Swag on 100 man. Swag on 100 man.
So tell me about your blog and your writing.
Okay, well,
It's called, what's the name of it?
the name of my blog is loveliftedme.blog. And the tagline is becoming, unbecoming, and the thoughts along the way. So
Unbecoming. And the thoughts along the way.
Becoming, unbecoming, and the thoughts along the way.
And the thoughts along the way.
Right.
What is unbecoming? What does that mean?
So I think sometimes we focus so much on becoming something when we are already who we are.
Yeah.
And then things in life happen sometimes and they'll take us away or like mar the vision. And sometimes you gotta unbecome things that you said you were. You labeled yourself as a certain way, like I'm shy or I'm an introvert or sometimes you gotta unbecome that stuff to really be exactly, who you are, who you wanna create yourself to be.
Oh, that's interesting because a lot of people do say, I am this and I am that way.
Yeah, but we're not fixed.
Why do you think that's so common then since we aren't fixed? Why is that such a big secret?
I just think it is the way society is set up, what we've been taught. I think the only way that you get to a point where you realize you're not fixed is because someone presents that to you as an option. Otherwise, you just are who you are, You are born, when you come into this world, is it male or female? And then you start to grow up, and depending on how you are as a child, it's like, oh, she's shy, she's bad, he's this, he's that, and that sticks with us. And unless there's someone or something along the way that lets us know that that's not fact, we believe that, and we create our life experiences around being that thing that we were labeled.
So what did you unbecome?
Man, I've unbecome a lot, and I'm still unbecoming. Some of the things is, like I mentioned, like being an introvert and just, people drain me of my energy. And like, I love people. I really do. And it's not fixed that I'm an introvert. I can actually be around people and get energy from them too. I don't always have to give energy. So that was one thing. And then when I think about too, unbecoming is what I think I have to do, especially with my life. Like I have to have a certain type of career or a certain level of success. And I'm slowly unbecoming that and just allowing myself to be.
Be what?
Whatever I choose.
So what are you choosing?
Right now I'm choosing to be free, to be a healer, to be at peace, to be love. Yeah.
Why? What do you see on the other side of peace and love and free and all that?
Man.
What do I see you doing?
Living without concern for like how it looks or without concern for like what someone else thinks. I get to define what success looks like for me. And, also I get to tap into my spiritual gifts, which for so long I didn't because it's just not something that I had permission to do, so to speak. So when I just get to be, I get to use my hands. I have, hands that want to heal and that want to contribute, So I'll be a birth doula and I'll train to be a midwife and I'll travel the world and I'll write. And I'll just write about whatever the fuck comes to mind.
We're stepping over a few things. You said medulla. That's how you say it? Or was it a doula?
A doula.
A doula? And you have to tell to some of the people who are not familiar with training to be a doula and healing hands and things, so you don't sound like Cleo the psychic. Call me now.
Yeah, I don't mind sounding like the psychic. Probably not Miss Cleo, but...
Yeah. But tell them what you mean when you say you want to heal people.
Yeah, so essentially in all of our own rights, we're healers.
Yeah.
And sometimes we give up that power to outside sources. And I'm just going through a process in my life where I'm consistently healing from things, healing from the past, healing from unbecoming is essentially healing.
Right.
But also when you get in touch with your gifts, it could be your voice, it can be your hands. We have gifts, and when you tap into it, you realize how it impacts other people. So a doula is someone that assists women during the birthing process. So during labor, during birth, during postpartum, it's really an advocate for the mom and for the family, a safe space, to just make sure that women are able to create pregnancy and give life in the way that they see fit. You know, a lot of times like pregnancy and birth happens to a woman, but it's something that really could be amazing and joyful and memorable. And so I find myself being a person that is there with women during that time. And when I say using my hands, you know, touch is a form of healing in a lot of ways, whether it's in the form of a massage, you're into like spirituality or like the Christianity, you know, laying hands is a big deal. So that's what I mean by the like using your hands to actually heal and to help others.
So why was that something that was important to you, that you work with these women in the birth process?
It's something that came to me. It's not something that I necessarily sought out. I remember when I was younger, my grandmother used to tell me that I was going to be a nurse, and I'm like, no, I'm not. Like, I'm not being no damn nurse. Like, I had plans. I'm going to be like in the music industry or whatever. But maybe, what was this, a year ago, the end of 2016, a friend of mine, she was pregnant. I was around like her entire pregnancy, just like there supporting her through the process. And I was also in the birthing room when she gave labor. And I watched this woman who had a whole plan of how she wanted to have a home birth, and it's just so many things that she wanted out of the process. And when it came down to it, she was in her 42nd week, and she had to go to a hospital, which she did not want to do. And then she had to have an epidural, which she did not want. And so I'm watching slowly all of her wishes like fade away. And what was innate in me is to have her feel powerful and empowered and special in the birthing process. And I mean, just seeing new life come in, I'm like, I want to be a part of the process that welcomes, you know, the welcoming committee. You coming from like spiritual plane into the
plane, like a plane,
like, you know, the spiritual realm.
Okay, the spiritual
and then you
world.
come into the physical. That could be shocking. So it's good to have warm spirits in the space.
I never even thought about it like that, because we're just pieces of the universe.
Yeah.
We don't die. So when we come and we get new skin, you come from the spiritual plane.
Yeah,
into a woman. You don't come into a man. That's so good. I'm so glad we don't come into men.
Yeah, me too.
We fly it right into some pussy.
The womb, the mother womb.
Yeah, you know, Shy is somebody I met in a program. You know, a program where there's seminars and people talk about what's really important to them, and things come up like how to change the world, and how do I talk to my spouse, and how do I raise my kids, and how, you know, is some of those questions that really, you know, need to be answered. What kind of being is a human being? You know, if we are unbecoming, that means we became something, and a lot of it is our past. So we're some people who we're out to transform things and transform the world and transform, you know, mothers and people in the industry and things like that. So, Shia, before we get out of here, I want to know if you have any questions for me.
Sure. So, since we were on the conversation of becoming and unbecoming, where are you on your path of becoming or unbecoming?
I would say, because I remember I asked you, what did you have to unbecome? I had to unbecome lazy. I had to unbecome procrastination. I had to unbecome hating my daughter's mom. You know, I had to unbecome giving up in the music industry. You know, because all of those things, all those experiences and things, they become real good excuses of why to not do music or to not do art or to not jump in the booth. See, Shia didn't know we was gonna do this today.
No, not at all.
You know, she was talking about her headaches and stuff, and you know, she said she had a migraine. But you know, I figured instead of her watching me play on the piano a million times over and over, I said, why not get my friend and just get her thoughts and just get a interview of her life and what's important to her. And we're gonna be doing this. This is episode 1. This is the pilot. So I don't know, take them somewhere, Shia. Okay, but so Unbecoming, and you know, I gave up. I was gonna give up. I wasn't gonna do music anymore.
Yeah.
Because I've seen things in the music industry, and I felt like if everybody's gonna be a snake, what am I here for? Am I gonna graduate to be a snake just like them?
Right.
Like why is the rules set the way they're set? Then there ain't no rules. Ain't nobody trying to tell you the rules. And even if you have a lawyer, they're not trying to tell you the rules, but they're trying to get paid most of the time.
Right. So what is your experience in the music industry? What do you do?
So now it's like recently I've had like a career change.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? I've been in the music industry since as long as I can remember, from my dad on his own radio station, and my uncle being an A&R at Polygram Records, to my cousin having his own home studio back when it was ADAT, where you didn't even have those in the house. You had those at a real studio. And you know, I learned how to program an MPC and a motif, and you know, MC505, and you know, the VS1880 and all those things that a lot of people don't even know what I'm talking about when I mention that stuff. People just know Fruity Loops nowadays. So, you know, I started and I've always really kind of wanted to be an artist. I never all the way went through with it. Like I was in high school, I was in a group called Future. That's ironic, right? It was me, my friend Mike, and my friend Darius. And we would sing to the girls in the lunchroom and stuff, and I'd beat on the table, we harmonized and stuff. It was also in chorus, and we made a CD called Back Up. Like Back Up, like Get Away. And it was 22 songs on it. And I did all the beats and recorded the whole thing. I was in high school.
Wow.
And that wasn't necessarily recent. Not to give my age, but it was you know, early 2000s. So we had that CD, and I kind of saw them, you know, kind of drift away from doing music a little bit. But I knew I wanted to, like when I graduated from college, I knew I wanted to make sure I did some. Actually, when I moved to Atlanta, I wasn't even going to do music. I was going to do film. I wanted to learn film. And I was going to work on my own music. But on the film sets, everybody I would meet do music. Everybody. Like, oh yeah, I sing. Why may be that? No, because Atlanta, that was like the beginning of the boom in like film.
Yeah.
So like everybody, like there was a bunch of film jobs. Like a lot of people was there, didn't even know what they was doing. We were just on film sets. We just extra. We just, you know, like whatever, because it just, those were the jobs. You go on Craigslist, like, oh, you want to be an extra on Tyler Perry? Yeah, so I did that, $90 a day. You know, so I would always meet people. Like, yo, we do music. So I was just like, I need to bring my equipment to Atlanta. Like, I really saw the way then. Dope. So I've spent a lot of time working, you know, behind artists, and eventually getting up to the David Banners and the K. Michelles and the Janelle Monáe, Atlantic, and all the labels, and Drum and Thug and Uzi and all of that. You know.
Yeah. So what do you hope to contribute to people, to the planet through your music?
Well, now as an artist, like I really feel like I'm on the verge of really healing the world. And I know that sounds so far-fetched, but like nowadays we can remember like the call from Augusta to Atlanta was like 50 cents or 55 cents a minute or something like that. Do you remember like minutes and before unlimited, like
calling cards and
like now I can work with somebody in the Philippines. I can work with somebody in Germany in real time. Like we can really collab. And it doesn't take but one thought to reach a bunch of people. Because see, my real message is to rid your negative thoughts. Because when you have negative thoughts about yourself, people, your past, or anything like that, those negative thoughts really block your energy. And it blocks your blessings from coming in. You cannot get blessed when you don't love your sister and your brother, and you gotta forgive all those people that you feel like hurt you, you know?
Yeah, to create space.
To create
whatever it is you want.
To create a space. And I'm not saying that it don't hurt anymore or you don't have those same thoughts. But you just have to notice that when you have those thoughts, that, oh man, I'm having negative thoughts about Shia.
Yeah.
She didn't text me back yet. I don't like that. So instead of me thinking, Shia really don't fuck with me, evidently. No, Shia is busy just like I am. And I'm just feeling the same way people feel when I don't text them back.
Right.
Burrows! Oh shit, damn. Like, have you seen my thread? If you see if people saw my phone,
they would get it.
They wouldn't bother me so much. They'd be like, okay. But I really do. I'm not somebody with a bunch of missed calls that aren't returned. I'm not somebody with a bunch of voicemails that aren't returned.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like I really get back to people, even on like Facebook and Instagram, and I accept those messages. You know what I'm saying? Just because you never know.
Yeah, you gotta stay connected with people.
You gotta stay connected with people.
Yeah.
So that's where I've been at. That's really what I want to give the world, to rid your negative thoughts and love people.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's what my song "Free" is about.
Okay, tell the people where they could hear that song.
Look, go to thomasburrows.com. ThomasBurroughs.com. That's where you can find most of my music. I got some music on Apple Music, Spotify, and shout out to all those guys. But big shout out to Tidal, because they pay the most.
Word up.
Shout
out to Tidal.
Tidal pays a lot. They charge the most too. So, maybe one day I'll get a subscription and maybe they come down on the price.
I got a Tidal subscription.
So I'm gonna be borrowing Shia's password.
I got you.
But I have heard Tidal. They actually sound the best too.
Yeah.
It sounds the way I created
Tidal's
it.
Good.
Yeah, it's just, just a lot of money, Jay-Z. Come on, man.
I know.
You're
rich.
rich.
When I decided to stick with Tidal is when I listened to 444 and Jay said, what I look like drinking Belvedere when Puff got Ciroc. And I was like, you know what I look like for Apple Music when Jay got Tidal. So I switched over to Tidal.
You successfully brainwashed us.
Good
Jay-Z.
job,
Thanks, Hov.
B12, C12.
C12. Thank you guys for listening. This is Thomas Burrows.
Yep, and this is Shia.
And this is our show. Thank you so much for listening, and we'll see you next time.
Peace. Loveliftedme.blog. Check me out.
Loveliftedme.blog. Check Shia out.
Stay lifted.
Stay lifted.
We're gonna be rich.
But this is the J.Soul Morning Show. This is Floor 62 Radio. I do have my tea. What kind of tea is this?
This is fresh mint ginger. Crush some mint, crush some ginger, brewed it in the water.
Okay. Now, I know I only have 30 minutes, so we'll make sure that we'll get your webinar on time. Y'all, it's a miracle that I even have Shia on the show. You know, you have to wait at least 24 to 48 business hours, not even regular hours, business hours to even get a mention from Shia, you know. So I'm grateful for this opportunity, Shia. Thank you for coming on the J.Soul Morning Show. How you doing this morning?
I feel blessed. I'm happy to be here on the J.Soul Morning Show.
Wonderful. I'm glad to have you. It's a pleasure to watch your journey since we had our interview in 2018. Wow. To start things off, how would you describe the growth you've experienced since then?
Since 2018, the growth has been magnificent.
Yeah.
Transformational.
And there's cats in the back, you know, so what?
That's Mojo. Mojo wants to be interviewed
shout out
as
to
well.
Mojo. We'll make use of it, you know. So if y'all hear some wonderful cats in the back, what's up to Mojo? No, 2018, what's been going on?
Yeah, so 2018 is funny because we're in my house right now doing this interview.
Right, this is a beautiful home.
And I got this house in 2018. Yeah.
5 years ago.
Like 5 years ago. And so this was the beginning, I feel like, of building a stable foundation.
Okay.
So it's really been a place of growth and evolution for me, but so much has happened. I mean, spiritually, I've grown so much.
Yeah.
Travel back and forth to Nigeria, got on a path of Ifa. And
you don't even know where to start.
I don't know where to start.
Okay.
I'm like, work has shifted so much. Like, so much has changed. I feel like I'm a completely different person. And yet, like, that girl she's still here, but she's just evolved so much. I'm like, where do I begin?
Okay. That girl still traveling Nigeria. You just got back from Egypt when we set up this interview.
Yep.
I was looking to do an interview with you last month, you know, but I put it on the calendar what days I was available, and Shia picked October.
I picked October
12th.
October 12th.
And I said, okay.
Yeah, I remember it came through and I was hyped for it, but I'm like, August you sent it. So September I was in Egypt for most of the month. The beginning of September I was like purging. I wasn't feeling well. And then I was in Egypt for 14 days.
Okay. Well, look like you're feeling well and doing well right now. So great now. I want to say congratulations on the publication of Lineage of Love. Can you please tell the listeners what inspired you to write it?
My book kind of wrote itself because I'm an avid journaler. So I had like pages and pages of my journals. So it ended up being me going through those journals. And before I knew it, I was writing a book. I had written in 6 different journals, the pages and lessons spanning many cities and locations. I wrote under the trees in Atlanta, Georgia, and on top of mountains in Cape Town, South Africa, across bridges from Brooklyn to New Jersey, in the clouds while traveling cross country, at the foot of the ocean in Malibu, on the floor of the temple in Lagos, in between sips of tea in London, under the rising sun and the sounds of chanting prayers in Istanbul, in a treehouse in Mexico, and on the grass in Washington, D.C.
How long did it take you to write the book?
All in all, 4 years, but 2 intentional years of working at it and 2 years unknowingly working on it.
Wonderful. So what has been the response to it, and what message do you hope readers take away from it?
Yeah, the response has been amazing. I had 2 book signings. I had one in Brooklyn, where I'm from, and then I had one in Atlanta. Both beautiful. Everyone who reads the book or comes in contact with the book kind of has the same feedback that the book was like a warm hug for them, which makes me feel so good. And I think the message that I would want people to get, I wrote the book for those of us that are taking the journey of the soul. And for me, that means it's really walking along the path and the purpose that you came on earth to fulfill. So yeah, I want people to feel empowered when they read the book. I want them to feel comforted and know that like they're not on this journey alone. And I want people, the book is called, right, The Lineage of Love. And I say it's an ode to the ancestors, to my ancestors for sure, who helped me write the book. But I want people to also tap into their lineage and to their ancestors. So yeah, I want people to be left with a lot of questions, internal questions, and then feeling supported.
Looking at the book, reading the book, I do feel real personal with you. Things that you know, wisdom, you know, the way that you write, it's very inviting. Even before you had this book out, I would read the blog.
Yes.
Love lifted me.
Mm-hmm.
.blog.
Yes.
See, all that's from memory. That's not even in my notes right now.
You're
but
day one supporter.
Day one supporter. When you got your house,
right?
Now you're traveling to Egypt, going back and forth to Nigeria, writing the books. Because even in that 2018 interview, you said, "I'll write and I'll travel wherever I want to go," and like I'm seeing that happen for you right now. How did your own experiences and travels influence the narrative of the book?
Yeah, so my travels and experiences is the book. That's the book. It's really, like I said, it's a lot of journal entries. And I find that for me traveling, I've always, and earlier today, I went on a rabbit hole on my own Instagram page because I was looking for something. And I'm like, man, I be traveling. It didn't really hit me till I saw like how many places I've been.
Right.
But for me, traveling is transformation. It's evolution. It's an opportunity for me to experience myself newly, to experience people newly. And every time I travel, I never come back as the same human being. And so when I think about the lineage of love, a lot of my experiences were shaped by my travels. I talk about my first trip to Senegal and how that completely blew my mind as far as like religion and spirituality is concerned.
When was the first trip to Senegal?
It's 2013.
Okay.
I went to Senegal, which actually this is a sorry, Mojo is literally like
Mojo's
all in the mix,
in the
right,
mix
now.
Yeah.
Like
I'm dodging the
mix.
cat while she's talking.
Like, so anyway, so 2013, this is a common point for us. I actually went to Senegal with Estelle. So Estelle has a foundation called the All of Me Foundation.
Okay. And
at the time I was working in the music industry and the management company managed Estelle, and she had this brilliant idea to take these kids from Watts, California to Senegal, where she's from.
Right.
And so I ended up being on that project, and it was amazing from start to finish, like getting the kids their passports and all that stuff, all the way up to getting them to Dakar. But yeah, so that was 2013, and that trip opened up so much for me. And I wrote about it in the book too. But yeah.
Wow, that's beautiful. So we was talking about Senegal. We were talking really about all your travels and how all that inspired the book. Now you're also a birth doula.
Yes.
And you were the first person to ever tell me about a birth doula. I didn't know what this was. I didn't even know how to pronounce it before. But that's very personal and it's very profound. And just let the listeners know, the ones who haven't heard our earlier interview, what drew you to that profession.
For sure. So yeah, when we talked in 2018, I had just began my training as a doula. I had a friend, actually a mutual friend of ours, who was having a baby. She was intended to have a home birth, and she asked me if I'd come to the birth and support it. And long story short, the birth ended up being a hospital birth, to which I came to. And when the baby was born, something just like came over me. Like I couldn't even sleep that night. I was like, what was that? It was such a meaningful experience for me. And as someone who like, I typically don't like hospitals, I don't like any of that stuff, I felt so at home in that experience. And I'm sure I shared about it with friends. And then I had a friend ask me to be her doula. She was having a baby a few months later. And then I was like, okay, let me actually look this up. Like, what is a doula?
Okay.
What does a doula do?
So you were called to it way before
Right.
you was like, oh, it wasn't like an aspiration. Like,
No, it wasn't
but then it
aspiration. It was never in my mind to do anything in that space. It's funny because my grandmother, my maternal grandmother, would always tell me like, oh, you're going to be a nurse. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Like, I don't do hospitals. I don't do any of that. So yeah, this had called to me. And then once I realized like my community was in need of this, I said, well, let me get the proper training so that I can, you know, support people in the way that they actually need to be supported. So that's how the doula journey began for me.
And also for those unfamiliar with the role of a doula, can you explain the significance in the birthing process?
Yeah, absolutely. So your doula is your advocate. Your doula is one way that Latham Thomas, who trained me in doula work, explained it to us is like your doula is an event producer in so many ways. So if you look at your birth as like this event, this moment in time where life is coming from the spirit realm into the earthly realm, where moms are on the brink of life and death, when the baby's on the brink of life and death, your doula is that support person. It's your emotional support person. It's the person that is making sure that everything goes as close to plan as it possibly can.
Right.
So you bring your doula on and they work with you with comfort measures. They work with you to create like your birth preferences. What do you want your birth to look like? And doulas really hold that space for you. They hold your hand through the entire process. And so there's birth doulas, there's postpartum doulas, and a postpartum doula, which I also do. They'll come on after the baby's born and they'll come to your home and really take care of mommy, like make sure that you have all that you need, that your mental, emotional health is in a good space. And then there's also death doulas, which I'm now getting my feet into.
Okay.
But that is the other side of birth. Coming into the world is exiting. And there are doulas that support people with their transition from this realm. So yeah, doulas are important.
Right. So thank you for clearing all that up. People have a little information about birth doulas. I know I didn't know much before, and I know a whole lot more, and I just learned even more from what you just told me. So let's go to your travels, okay?
Yes.
You've been to so many countries, and you just returned to from Egypt. Can you share an outstanding memory or experience from your recent trip?
Yeah, I'm like, what? So much comes to mind. Egypt was out of this world. So I'm studying A Course in Miracles. It's a book that, you know, look it up. But the whole idea of A Course in Miracles is oneness, I would say, is really understanding the truth of why we're here. So the theme, I would say, is nothing unreal exists. Nothing real can be threatened. Herein lies the peace of God. That's like the message in A Course in Miracles. So anyway, I'm studying it with the group Circles of Light Ministries. And the woman who runs, you know, and who's initiated this amazing ministry, her name is Isis. And so she does quarterly trips to Egypt. And they're mystery school trips. And so you're really going to Egypt to learn what's on the temple walls, to be in the presence of this ancient history, and to also like see what we're learning in A Course in Miracles on the temple walls. So that's the intention of the trip. And so there for 14 days. And I say that to say the most memorable part of the trip was getting it, was the clicking of seeing images on the temple walls and seeing myself in those images. Right. And so there's this one image, it's like hard to describe, but while we're looking at the temple walls, I'm understanding that this is the path of, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. So for me, on this path, as the initiate, you know, all of my travels, I feel like all these experiences are little initiations on this journey of life. So I feel like to be able to see myself on those temple walls was out of this world. You know, it was the most beautiful, meditative, transformational experience. Yeah. So yeah, I just feel like being in those temples, and they're so massive, it puts everything in perspective, you know? So things that felt big, you know, material things that made me feel really big in life, like I got to figure this out. Egypt was an opportunity to be like, no, you don't actually have to figure anything out. You know, only thing you need to do is live and stand in the truth of who you are. Okay. And everything is going to work itself out. So in so many words, that it's like hard to like really put it into an experience for people, but that was the highlight for me. It was like a shift in my being. Okay, good. Yeah. No, that sounds amazing. Walking around and you're seeing the actual temples and you're seeing just the images. I can just see it. I feel like I'm there. Yeah, it's amazing. And then the Great Pyramids of Giza, like you know, we see the pictures and everything, but actually like looking up at those pyramids, we had one free day toward the end of the trip, and I went to the pyramids and I like got some photos, because the rest of the trip it was so meditative. We weren't really focused on photos or anything like that. We were just like taking it all in. So that day was also really special because I was able to like document it and just like have that for myself. If I choose to share it, maybe I will, but just, well, if there's something that you could share with Floor 62 Radio, we'll post a little bit with this interview. Hopefully we'll get a little sneak peek of Egypt from my and lens. The pyramids. Okay, so how has travel enriched your understanding of the world and influenced your personal and professional life? Okay, this is good. And you're making me realize actually how much travel has impacted me and how much it shaped my lens. Okay. I think the way that it impacted me personally and probably like my worldview is there's so much life happening outside of our experience. Four walls of America. Four walls, of America. And even like within the different cities in America, there's just so much happening. And I think that America, you know, no shade, we know this is a capitalist society. Right. And so everything is so material and so based on what it is that you do or what it is that you have or how much money you make. So for me, going to other countries that sometimes doesn't have the same luxuries that we have, but they have like joy, unspeakable joy. And they have community, and they have things that I think sometimes money, capitalism, and like an individualistic mindset kind of takes away. Okay. So for me, it makes me realize like you create life the way that you want it. Right. And like love, community, joy, peace are really like the luxuries of life, you know, and money's cool. Like money can get you some nice things. Every time I travel, I need money to get me to those places, right? So no shade on money and the material. But for me, I feel like travel puts it all in perspective because money alone is never going to bring you the joy, the peace that we really, truly desire and then need, like on a soul level. You know? Right. So, yeah. And that's another thing is like just being a human being. We're the only species that has to worry about money, insurance, going to jail, you know, getting a ticket. Like, come on, man. You're going too fast. It takes up so much of our mental space, so much of our creation. So, and another thing is food. Like just experiencing all the different cultures, the different foods. I'm like, wow. I'm a foodie. Yeah, so me too. I feel you. Is there a country that's like near and dear to your heart? It's like, there's so many. Mexico for sure. Like no one can tell me I'm not Mexican somewhere down the line. Okay. I love Mexico. Like I feel at home in Mexico every time I go. I love the food. I love the culture. I love the history. Yeah. Like the indigenous practices all day. And then there's so many countries in Africa. Like I love Cape Town, Senegal. It's so many. So many have just like shaped me. I'm like, how do I just choose one? How do you just choose one?
Okay, good. So let's go to some personal reflections here. Looking back to our interview in 2018, so much of what you set out to do has come to fruition. How does it feel to see your visions coming true?
Wow. Honestly, I had to thank you, J.Soul, for really bringing it to my attention. Because sometimes, going back to what I was saying, I think sometimes we're so in the weeds of our life, we don't even realize that, like, oh, I said I was going to do this and I actually did it.
Right.
To me, it's just like, okay, you know, what else? Because there's other things that's come up. There's other visions and goals that I have now. And so this is a good opportunity for me to, like, really sit in the gratitude. And it feels surreal a bit. Because for me, I always feel like the past 5 years, most of my changes happen internally. Like I'm so much more confident and so much more at peace and just like stable in my being, you know, like it's hard for me. There's not much wavering anymore, I would say. I just feel really settled in who I am. And so I don't always know that like transfers externally or how that transfers externally. But anyway, you're making me realize that it does. And so I feel really proud of myself. And I feel really grateful for the things that I have been able to accomplish from the book to continue in this doula journey to even my blog has now I'm on this journey home. I have a Substack. Because my conversation.
Yeah, I think I pay $8 a month for something. Shia got me.
No, I haven't turned on my paid yet. But you did pledge, which
I have
thank
pledged.
You. Yeah, I had a few close friends who I really appreciate pledged that when I turn on my subscriptions, they'd pay to read my writing. So one day I'm gonna turn it on.
Free,
right, it's getting free. One day I'm gonna turn it on, and then they're gonna take the money out your account. So thank you for that reminder.
Okay. Now we're almost done, but we got to talk about Atlanta because you chose to purchase. We're in your home in Atlanta.
Yeah.
What made you choose Atlanta, and has that shaped your life?
Yeah, shout out to Atlanta, man.
ATL,
shouty. I love Atlanta. So one, I did not choose Atlanta. Atlanta was not on my short list of places to live. Honestly, I was in New York. I had just recently moved to Harlem and I was good, but I got a job opportunity here.
Okay.
And at the time, it really felt like a dream job. It was like really perfect. And so I was like, you know what? I'll try out a new city. I'll give it 2 years and I'll see. And so.
What year was that?
This was 2013.
Okay.
This was 10 years ago. Yeah.
Okay.
So the 2 years came and went, obviously.
Plus 8.
Plus 8. And I'm still here. Yeah. So what Atlanta has been for me, it's so funny because going back to the lineage of love and people saying like, oh, the book felt like a hug. That's what Atlanta is for me. Okay. Atlanta it feels like big grandma energy.
Yeah.
You know, like this place has really, really taken care of me and given me the space to grow and come into myself. And it shifted everything. I mean, the community that I've met here, the type of stability that and I keep saying stability because I don't know if anybody's into astrology. North Node, that's like your destiny. And my North Node is in Taurus. Okay. So it's so important for me to really use my 5 senses and to develop a foundation that feels stable. Right. And that's what Atlanta gave me. Nice. Nature, my love for nature, the ability to create a home that feels safe and welcoming. So I will give Atlanta its praises all day. Right. I actually, because someone asked me like, how long do you think you'll be in Atlanta? And I'm like, forever in some capacity. Like I think no matter where I go, no matter where I travel, Atlanta's headquarters. Like I'm always going to return.
ATL headquarters.
To ATL.
That's all I need to hear, man. I ain't going nowhere.
I'm not going nowhere. I'm always have roots in Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, even when you was in Egypt, I was getting it was the blue, get the blue bubble.
Yeah.
she was like, I got Wi-Fi. I said, okay, cool.
Right.
But
I
didn't bother her. I just said, enjoy her trip.
Thank you.
Even though she could receive messages, So let's go. What's next for Shia? Any upcoming projects or goals you'd like to share with us?
Yeah. So what's next for me is a mystery.
Okay, good.
I just wrote a post yesterday on this journey home called Follow the Green Light.
Yeah.
And that's really like follow your heart. And that's what I'm doing. I'm putting one foot in front of the other, following my heart. I don't have a bunch of like goals at the moment that I feel like, I need to reach. But there are still so many like creative projects within me that I really do. I look forward to bringing them into existence.
Okay.
And so one of them that I will share is creating a sacred space to nurture the divine feminine. Okay. And I don't know yet how that's going to play out, but I know woman's work is my work. Like I'm a girl's girl all day. Yeah. And life has put me on this path of like, whether it's volunteering with the Power of Girls, which is a youth group here in Atlanta, or doing doula work, so much surrounds, women. And I feel like when women and the feminine is in a good space, then our world, our communities are in a good space.
Good.
So so I'm listening on what that's going to look like. Yeah. But coming soon. Welcome home is what I'll say to that. And it'll be a space. I don't know what type. Home? Welcome home.
Or home.
So that's the play on words, the double entendre. Shout out to Hove. Okay. Welcome home.
Okay.
Welcome home.
Okay, got it. I've had Shia Dickerson, my very best friend, on the J.Soul Morning Show.
Love you. Thank you. I love you.
Thank you so much for coming. I'm not ready to go. I know you got things to do. I'm so glad we was able to get here and make it in time. Hey, it's the J.Soul Morning Show, and we'll be back after this.
Peace. I had a book signing in Atlanta. Such a joyous occasion. 44th and 3rd bookseller hosted, cutest Black-owned independent bookstore in the West End, celebrating the Black experience. They have so many classic titles, so many gems on their shelves. They have Baldwin, Zora Neale Hurston, Bell Hooks, Octavia Butler, and I'm so proud that The Lineage of Love gets to be included among some of my favorites. The owner, Miss Cheryl, introduced me. I got to share a little bit about my creative process, and then I did a Q&A. Friends from all walks of life showed up. My family flew in from New York. Childhood friends, Howard friends I've gained since being in Atlanta. My heart is so full. Also, shout out to Dr. Irwin from Morehouse School of Medicine. He bought 10 books and left me with 5 for students who may not be able to purchase. If you know me, you know I live for a good give back moment. I really just loved everything about the book signing. Thank you, everyone, for showing up for me, for showing up for yourselves. Oh, and I can't forget to shout out my girl Christian with the social pedigree on the aesthetics. That girl good. Beautiful bouquet, beautiful backdrop for a beautiful day. The Lineage of Love is now available at 44th and 3rd Bookseller and wherever books are sold. So if you haven't already, I hope you grab your copy.
Wake up. It's the J.Soul Morning Show. And y'all loved her so much, I had to bring her back. She's not from Egypt this time. We'll find out some of the things that she's been up to. But y'all know who I'm talking about. We're back on the J.Soul Morning Show this morning, Shia Dickerson. What's up, Shia?
What's up, J.Soul? What's happening? I need you to drop me off one of these fancy mics you got.
Oh, hey, you can get one.
I need one. Yeah, I need one.
Okay. Look, I've just bought the arm that go with it. I got arms. It ain't a real radio station until you get the telescopic arms. You know what I'm saying? So I got telescopic arms now. So yeah, I'll get you a fancy mic. Then we'll be, straight up radio show. But I can hear you fine now.
Okay, good.
Tell everybody where you are.
What's up? I'm in Atlanta.
Yeah.
South Side SWATs.
You are not in the SWATs.
Southwest Atlanta? West End, Oakland City? That's not SWATs.
Where you are is considered Oakland City?
Like I live in Oakland City. Like I'm out here. Like I'm in Atlanta. Speaking of, this month, 11 years ago, I moved from New York to Atlanta. And for the past 5, maybe 6 years, I've been in Southwest Atlanta, which is like a little gem. I feel like Christopher Columbus. I feel like I discovered this historic community. Now, it's really, really a special community. So I'm grateful to be being Southwest Atlanta. It changed the Atlanta game for me, actually, moving out this way.
Now, talk about that, changing the Atlanta game. Speak on it.
So Atlanta started to really feel like home when I moved to Southwest Atlanta. And it was totally like a manifestation moment for me, because when I moved here, I was always like in Midtown, Buckhead, like in between Midtown and Buckhead really is where I lived. And I think that's a great place to like touch down. It's easily, easily accessible. Everything is right there. So it was cool. And then I went through a little transition where I was figuring out if I wanted to stay in Atlanta or like what was next. So I remember like I didn't renew the lease on my apartment, and then a couple things like change and shift, but I ended up being like, oh, I'm going to stay here. Actually, my friend Christelle, so shout out to Christelle.
Okay.
Christelle was a mortgage banker, and she kept on like planting these seeds in me to like buy a house. And I was like, I'm not trying to buy a house right now. You know, you talked about gender stuff. I just always saw like, you buy a house, you get married, you buy a house, you have children. Like, it's just like a family thing.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm not trying to buy no house right now. But Christelle kept like gently planting the seeds. And then I stayed with a friend of mine's mom, Southwest Atlanta, for a little while. And I like fell in love with the neighborhood. And so the neighborhood that she lived in was Venetian Hills. And this is Mama Kanika, Io's mom. And I just like met her friends and everything. And I just was like, oh, Southwest Atlanta is home. Like, it feels like community. It's so Black, so historic.
Okay.
And so I started to feel like, look at the houses, feeling like a little kid, like, oh, that's my house. And so then Christelle was like, okay, like, you thinking about a house. And so she kind of like just walked me through the entire process. And I remember she and I call her like my intention partner, my manifestation partner. Okay. She and I went for a walk in the West End, like when the Beltline, they were first creating the Beltline. And we like walked on this empty Beltline and was just creating. And one of the things I was like, I want to live in this neighborhood. And we just kept creating it. And interestingly enough, last night I went on a walk, like a long walk on that same Beltline with Ayo Dele and my friend Tamara. Like, we walked from my house to the Beltline, and it's like, wow, this is literally what Christelle and I talked about, you know, those years ago.
When there was nothing there.
It was nothing there. Now it's booming. It got all types of like, you know, stores to patronize and food halls and things like that.
Yeah, they've been building it for a while. What's all over there?
A lot of breweries.
Okay.
Like, it's like 3 or 4 different breweries. Monday Night Garage, Best In Brewery. And then they have a food hall that recently opened. It's a really cute coffee shop. So one day when you're in Atlanta, it's a chain, Costa Coffee, but it's like cutely designed. And then they have a couple different other restaurants in that food hall. And I don't know, some other place, a taco place. And just a beautiful trail to walk on.
Okay, that's why you feel like you're Christopher Columbus. You're like, you discovered this land, and all of a sudden things started kind of manifesting around it.
I discovered this gem, and like I made it home. Like, it's been here for hundreds and hundreds of years, but it welcomed me. So
no, but no, Atlanta is definitely changing. It's definitely growing. So you know, and then so just having some equity there is just amazing. And when I talked to Christelle, she was like, but this was like maybe 2 years ago, and she says, oh yeah, so to get a house, you want one in Atlanta? I said, yeah, I would love to live in Atlanta. Said, okay, well, you need about 300,000. That's like, you know, the minimum for a house. I said, oh, okay, that's what's up. I said, I want to see what I qualify for, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so it starts about at 80,000, you know, for a $300,000 house. So, and that's, you know, that's really the minimum. So, do you want to talk now, or do you want to, you know, you want to come back and have a discussion later?
Yeah.
I said, I probably want to talk later.
You said not right now. It's a lot going on, not right now.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, a lot of people with houses, they're either married or, you know, was with the veterans or some type of disability, or just like, well, I ain't got none of that going on. So I'm just like,
Yeah. But I mean, keep at it, honestly. If you want to do it, then I know it's been so many ups and downs in just like the housing market. I mean, generally with inflation and rates being so high.
yeah.
But I feel like I said, it wasn't in my plan necessarily. Like, I didn't see it for myself. And I remember closing on my house, and in all the documents that you sign, it's like Shia, like single woman. And I'm like, why do you have to point out the single woman part? But, there was a time where you weren't a single woman, a single Black woman especially, was not purchasing a home, wasn't able to purchase a home.
Right.
So, yeah, they make sure to point that out as the anomaly in all the documents. But yeah, it happened. And I will say, like, Christelle, whenever you are ready, she's the absolute best person to have, because she brings a level of, one, integrity to the process, but she's so knowledgeable. It was actually one of the most intense processes I went through. I kept on being like, I don't have to do this. Like, I literally do not have to do this. I could get an apartment and like save myself the stress of, because also the time I was buying in this neighborhood, it was such like it was just a hot spot to be. And so you had people paying cash, like making cash offers, 20, 30 grand over the asking price. And I'm like, why you just got this cash just sitting there in the bank? Like,
hey, I went through it. Yeah.
It was frustrating, but Christelle held me up, held me down. She walked me through every single part of it. And even when I was like, I'm over it, she was just gentle and understanding and basically like put me back in the game. Like, you had your rest and put you back in the game. So I appreciate her. And I would not have done this if it wasn't for her. So big shout out to Christelle. I didn't know we was going to have our little Christelle segment, but
I've got to get her on the show. I know she would love to come on and talk, because it's an important conversation. A lot of people aren't in the inquiry.
Yeah, and she has a lot to offer, even outside of the home buying process. It's also a mentality. Like I mentioned, we were creating this long before I even went to get an approval from the bank, and so there is also something to the spiritual process of manifesting that's really important. And she brings that to the conversation. So I'm going to give Christelle her flowers all day.
Hey, you didn't. Yeah, I think all the listeners are convinced.
Right. They're reaching out to Christelle right now, probably.
Right. So Christelle, we can't wait to have you on the show. And, we look forward to getting some people some homes, in whatever economy, you can get a home. There's programs out there, there's stuff out there. And like you said, sometimes real estate can be, cutthroat when it comes to people, you trying to buy houses, that you need to go through this mortgage company or whatever. But like you said, sometimes people got cash and they willing to pay more to make sure you don't get it.
Yeah. They're like, how much? Oh, 50 grand over just to get it? Like, it's nothing for them.
I think when I was in Atlanta, I think what I was doing was finding some really good deals. And instead of getting the contracts on them, I was bringing them to people and they were sharing the information. Because it was just like, as soon as I find a good deal and I try to like maneuver on it, all of a sudden there's a big trash can in front of it next week. Like somebody, I was like, oh, okay. Dang. But I was looking for like, something in that foreclosed market, like just a really good deal on real estate. But I'm everybody seems to be doing like the short-term rental situation lately, Airbnb, especially a lot of homeowners are getting into that.
Yeah.
What you think about that?
I mean, I think it's great. Like, well, one, I think we're living in like a short-term reality right now. I was about to say post 9/11. That's crazy. Post 9/11.
Well, hey, we done had a lot of trauma.
So much much trauma. I went
post
back to
9/11,
the original
post
trauma.
George Floyd, post
Post
Mike
George
Brown,
Floyd.
post Sonya Massey.
Okay, post
Shoot.
listen, let me not
Good
get
Lord.
into it, but I was going to say post pandemic, but we had all that stuff like leading up. And so it does something to us psychologically, emotionally, and I think that we are in a short-term reality because so many of us experience death of loved ones, death. One of the things from the pandemic that I feel like is hardly discussed enough is how many people were dying.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, sure, people like die every day, cycle of life, but it was every day, like so many people, whether you even like just went on your timeline on Facebook, people were saying RIP to their family members in the news, just like hundreds of people dying. And it's kind of like a lot of them weren't even sent off properly because it was a global pandemic and you couldn't have a lot of people in a space. And then one day it just kind of ended and it's like business as usual. Go back outside. Like, should I wear a mask? Should I not? It's so layered. But I think psychologically, a lot of us are on short-term timelines. Like we can only see like what's right here and maybe like over the next few months because you don't even know what's going to happen. I mean, there's still rumblings about the end of this year. Like, oh, is there going to be something else that like shuts us down? It's election season. Like what's going to happen? So, but anyway.
But there's an uptick. There's definitely an uptick with, the illnesses.
Yeah, but it's back around and it's very intentional, the way that these things happen. I feel like it's definitely by design, but getting back into short term, I think also, one of the things that happened post pandemic is people started to experience a more remote life. So remote work had an uptick. So you don't have to be in one place. So you could travel around, you can go experience different cities. So I think people are doing more so short-term stays in places or preferring to rent. I think companies like, Airbnb is, a good space for that. I feel like Airbnb has been dealing with stuff like legally and even like price gouging, like people feeling like the prices are too high. But I have a personal experience with Airbnb because last year I started this experiment and it really and truly was an experiment. I think probably from our last conversation, the guests probably get that I'm a little, a little on the side of like, I'm just going to march to my own beat. I'm going to follow spirit and I'm going to see how it goes. That's how I live my life. Like very spontaneous, very like, connected to my soul, and it doesn't always make sense in the physical. So point being, I had this inclination to share one of my rooms on Airbnb, like put one of my bedrooms up on Airbnb. So I'm trying to make the story short because there's so many parts to it. So many parts to it. Okay. So I had this dream that I was like hosting people and it was like for short-term stays. And they were coming into the house and like really just like either finishing a really important project or they were like healing from something. And this was just a dream. And so I wake up from the dream like, I think I'm going to put my room on Airbnb as literally an experiment with the Holy Spirit that whomever books and comes in is supposed to be in this space.
Okay.
I wake up, no kidding. I have an email from Airbnb because a few years ago when I first got this house, Super Bowl was happening in Atlanta and everyone was like, oh, you need to put your house on Airbnb and make some money. So I made an account, but I never actually put that, listed the house on Airbnb.
Okay.
So I get an email from Airbnb and they're like, hey, we want you to list your property. We'll offer you a free photography session. So I'm like, I literally dreamt this and I woke up to this message. So I'm like, sure. So they send this dope photographer out, like really dope Black girl. Her name is Brittany. I need to find her last name just in case y'all need y'all Stace's photograph because she was really good. So she comes in, she takes photos of the space. It automatically uploads to Airbnb. I start my experiment. I'm like, Holy Spirit, whoever comes is supposed to be here. Thomas, J.Soul Burrows. Let me tell you, It is really like people have been coming through this space and leaving me notes like, I have insomnia. I do not sleep. I slept through the night here. Like, I feel like I connected with my ancestors. Like,
Y'all,
I
Christ is
feel
back.
y'all, all types of like notes and thank yous and supernatural connections. Like, this one amazing woman came. She was on her way to do a retreat. She does women retreats. And she said she was like meditating on, she usually brings a book for the retreat for the guests to read. So she's meditating on what's the book she's going to order. And then we start talking and she's like, wait, you wrote a book? I'm like, yeah, it's called The Lineage of Love. She was like, do you have 10 copies available for me to take to Belize for my retreat? I'm like, yeah. She like purchases 10 books and like, this is the type of stuff that happens. So
yeah, I see.
And when Airbnb was first conceived, the idea was just that you would share your own space with people. Right. You would welcome and host people into your home. And then, of course, it became this opportunity for people to be like real estate investors and like not be in the home and just like rent and just whatever.
Yeah, Zoom camera.
Right, which is like fine. We get it how we live it. Capitalist society, like we gonna make the money. But I feel like the original intention of Airbnb is really experienced in what I have been living through having my bedroom on Airbnb. So it's been cool.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Now I can see it. I can imagine people coming to stay with you and, you know, like your energy and, you know, the way you keep your space, you know, so.
Yeah.
You're probably a super host.
Listen, super host. I had, so for the whole year, my rating was like 5, super host, guest favorite. And then recently someone rated me a 4 and I was just so taken aback, like a 4.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it's fine. I roll with
No, it's not.
I roll with a bunch of, I was offended.
Because
I'm not even gonna lie.
Let me see. Is it because I'm black? Is it because...
Because they definitely said the neighborhood is sketchy. And I said, the neighborhood is black. Like, don't be calling my neighborhood sketchy. It's
See what I'm saying?
It is a beautiful community. We got our community garden. The street is quiet. Like, the neighborhood is black. Don't do that.
Yeah. Don't be taking my homegirls rating down.
Don't be taking my rating down because you felt a little bit uncomfortable by the amount of, you know, black folk in your presence. But nah, definitely a super host. And I like it.
Yeah. Look, we'll keep it quiet. We'll only if you don't know. Only if you're on Airbnb. We're not giving you the link. Or do you want to give the link?
The link, the Holy Spirit got to tell you.
Right. It got to happen naturally.
It got to happen organically. No, but I don't mind sharing the link. I will say, like, I've been thinking of ways to do it more intentionally because I really do want to use this space to host people short term, whether you're working on a project or what people been experiencing. If you're like, you just need a good rest, or you're like writing something or working on something and you want a space to be in, I want to transform the space into that. So I don't mind sharing the link. It's just, you know, if that's your intention, then it may be a good space for you.
Well, we have some pretty good audience members or whatever, but I think that there could be even, you know how like Stankonia has you know, Airbnb and who is it? Cool and Dre have an Airbnb in Miami with a studio and stuff like that. So you can have the Airbnb and also have like a website where, you know, you can name the space and, you know, like this is, I don't know, Shire's space or whatever it's named, and like then they can leave, you know, you can have like more public reviews and, you know, show it off some.
Yeah.
You know
that's a good idea. I think it's time, honestly.
Yeah. How long have you been doing it?
I've been doing it for about a year.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I know you had mentioned it, but something told me to, you know, bring that into the conversation, and I'm glad I did. This, you know, because we had never discussed people. How many people has it been?
I don't know. I'm sure I could look and find out. I probably have about 50 reviews. So it's been quite a bit and everybody doesn't leave a review. So it's definitely been upwards of 50 people. And yeah, throughout the year, I have a lot of people that's coming in. So like a one night stay, a 2 night stay. It really is. It really is like a bed and breakfast. And it's really the best people. It's people from all over. When I knew that like the Holy Spirit is showing out, I had a woman and her husband come in from Australia. And during their visit, I had a birth to attend. And so I sent her a message in the app and I'm like, if you need anything, you can message me. I had a birth to attend. And so I won't really be in the space. And she was like, a birth with a question mark. And she's like, she runs like the biggest midwifery program in Australia.
Oh, wow.
Right. And then connections. And then so I didn't get to see her again that time, but she was passing back through Atlanta on her way back to Australia. And we like met up and got coffee and just caught up. So I was like, oh, this is like.
That's really nice. So you're meeting some wonderful people. You've had clearly more than 50 people who have stopped by. You got your own hotel. You're making, you just got you're so blessed. You know what I'm saying?
I am so blessed. I really am. And I'm happy that you pointed that out because sometimes we get so caught up in the minutia, like the weeds of life. And we got to zoom out sometimes and really see just how blessed we are. So thank you.
That's true. I want you to talk about your Substack and maybe talk about your last post. I know it's private, I guess, because we paid to read it, but I think that other people would get into it.
Yeah. So the Substack is called This Journey Home, and I don't want it to be private. I want it to be open. Most people, if you like log in and subscribe to the Substack, you don't have to pay. But those paying subscribers, like I put my love and heart into it. And there are people like J.Soul who lifts me up with the offering, a love offering, I would like to call it. So I definitely appreciate those that choose to subscribe, like to pay and subscribe. And there are many that are subscribe free and you still get the articles or the love notes, as I like to call them. So, so This Journey Home is the opportunity for me to just share about the cyclic nature of life, death, rebirth. And so I typically write with the cycles of the moon. So we just had a new moon and I'm actually in the process of editing a note that I'm going to put out today in celebration of the new moon and kind of just reminding people about the cycles of the moon and what we can be doing individually as the moon shifts and cycles. And I chose to focus on the moon because the moon is such a potent entity to work with. The moon has been here since the beginning of time, before we all existed. However, our lives, our personal life cycles, especially women, because our bodies actually mimic the moon. So we also go through our own personal 28-day cycle. And while that can shift and change for certain women, it might be less or more days than 28. In general, we have our own 28-day moon cycle. And so understanding and working with the moon is beneficial for feminine and masculine. Our earth is actually guided by the cycles of the moon. The ocean is ruled by the cycles of the moon. So that's why I chose to write the post with the moon cycles as I prepare myself to be more in tune with the moon. So my last post is actually one of my favorite posts.
Okay.
And it was called The Final Act of Love.
Okay.
I thought it was so beautiful. If you're listening to this and you haven't read it, you should definitely go to the Substack and check it out. It's a short post. And it was one of those posts. If you're a writer or if you're a creator of any, of any like form or modality of creation, you know how it feels when you just put your all into something, whether it's a piece of art, a song, a spoken word, a written word, whatever it is, a meal, you know, when you're like, oh, you know how they say you put your foot in that, you know?
Put your foot in it. Yeah.
Put your foot in it. I feel like the final act of love, it started to come up through me. And I would kind of get these messages in dreams or as I'm journaling about detachment, about really love is about being detached, like allowing the person, the thing, the being that we are saying that we love so much to be exactly who they are and how they are.
Okay.
And a reminder that love liberates, and anything that isn't liberation isn't love. And love is such a commonly used word. And I would say one of the most often misused words. So often we say it's love, like I love you, but it's so conditional. And love isn't conditional at all. Love is infinite. Love is this supernatural, omnipotent source, right, that we can all tap into. And love is also generated from within. You don't really, a lot of times we are trained and conditioned to try to find love in different places, find love from people. And that's not what love is. That's not what love means at all. That's attachment, that's lust, that's something else, but it's not love, because love is self-generated and love is shared and love is unconditional. So that's what the piece is about. The final act of love, and the spoiler alert is the final act of love is letting go. And there's so much freedom in that. And so as I was writing it, before it got, you know, onto paper or even like onto the laptop, I was living it and just really letting go of all the things that I find myself overly attached to, and understanding that attachment is a fear-based and ego-based reaction to me feeling like I need something outside of myself to validate myself. Yeah, which is untrue. So,
you know, my favorite part that you wrote in that blog was you said, "I love you because I love me," and that's powerful. You know, like when you can really love, you know, yourself. When I the way I love myself and the way I want to be truthful, you know, to myself and honest with myself. You know, that's how I can deliver that to the people I love the most, you know.
That's right.
I just had a conversation with Ashley about love and how, you know, what we're getting ready to do on Floor 62 Radio. And it just, you know, like, this is what I imagine, you know, like this is my walk outside manifesting, you know, when there wasn't anything before, you know. It was like, I'm telling people about Floor 62, but there was no evidence of it, you know. I want to get people on this show, but there was no evidence for the show. Now everybody's seeing me and Shia like, oh, how I get on the show?
That's right.
But before it was just like, I'm sending the link out, like, hey, let's connect on, you know, remote. Like, how you? I guess I don't know how you doing a remote interview. You know, like, I guess that seemed, I don't know. But now people get it.
You're doing it.
And they want, you know, they want to be involved. What do you want to leave the people with? We're out of time. I'm not ready for you to go.
I know, that's what's so good. One thing I want to say though, that's innovation. That's innovation. That's faith. The evidence, you know, of things not seen. You creating it. And anything that exists, literally anything that exists. That's right. Yeah, anything that exists was a thought. Like this MacBook was somebody had the thought. It wasn't a real thing. People probably were like, what? Like you type up
462.
Right, like 462. So yeah, that's how innovation happens. So shout out to you. I'm happy. I'll be on the morning show whenever. Like, you know, we can tap in with the moon cycles. Like,
with the moon cycles.
You know. But
you know
if I to leave people with something, to leave the viewers with something, it's really I think a reflection of the post that I'm going to put up today. I don't know the name of the post yet about the new moon, but this cyclic nature of life is there's nothing new under the sun, you know, like anything that is to be has been before. It'll show up in different iterations. You know, before it might have been church and now it's 462. Like this is where we might be for congregation and for fellowship. you know? And so I will say, keep innovating, keep going after your own heart, your own soul, and keep like taking the steps, because what we often forget, I know what I can often forget, is that everything first started just as a seed, you know? And sometimes we want to see the big thing. We want to see our life fully realized. But it's really in those moments of creation and those moments of sharing the ideas with people. That's the journey. That's the beauty of it. That's life. That's living. So that's what I want to leave with people. Like, live your life, enjoy it, and enjoy exactly where you are, because everything is fleeting. You know, where you are today may not be where you be tomorrow, where you're at tomorrow. Next week, 462 might be so big that like the system done shut down.
We got space.
You know what I'm saying?
Come shut it down then. Y'all come on in.
It broke the
Break
internet.
the internet.
So
Everybody like, what's this floor 62?
Right.
He done built it. I really feel like I got the Underground Railroad or like the Noah's Ark or something going on.
Listen, what Ecclesiastes? I need to research who wrote Ecclesiastes. Was it King Solomon? I don't know. But they were
Solomon.
so Solomon.
Yeah, same as Proverbs.
So, and those are like my favorite book, like so sober. Ecclesiastes, I'm gonna reread it when I get off the phone. It's so sober. It's just like everything is meaningless. What happened before will happen again. Just enjoy, create as your heart desires. It's not as significant as we make it out to be.
Yeah. No, that was the richest, wisest king. He had the most women too. But we ain't gonna talk about it. Nobody want to bring that up. But the Bible surely does.
When it's done right, having a lot of women will take you far. It just can't be done in a
you can't go lying to everybody.
non-integrous way. But you know,
yeah.
keeping some strong women around you will take you places.
Yeah, no, I believe that. I just ask God to just direct me, you know, to the right sources and the right beings, you know.
Okay, Libra. Just kidding.
Hey, that was very Libra-ish, right? Let me slide back. Let me get back to work. So, ladies and gentlemen, we just had Shia Dickerson on the J.Soul Morning Show. And look, we'll be right back after this. Let's go back to the lobby, and I can kind of show you on the last 13 minutes here this new song with my cousin from Augusta. His stage name is Shia, but this is Shay Roundtree. And then this is what I can do on floor 62. Channel retrograde light. Put the music right here. What you want to share with the people, man? I got you on here, man.
Man, I'm just, I'm excited about life, the future of the country, man. I just been watching the Olympics and, feeling inspired by Simone Biles, man, by the athletes, and inspired by, Kamala Harris running for president, and support that's got behind her, man. It's a new day, man. It's a new day, a new time, man. It's retrograde. It's like resetting the order of things, man, putting things back where they need to go, man. I think that's what the vibe is on. I think that's the vibe the planet is on, man. A lot of people moving in that direction, man. That's kind of, what I kind of hope we kind of can continue moving with,
Yeah, I believe in that, man. But it's exciting time for people who want to be excited.
Yeah, man, it's a choice, man. One thing I learned about life, man, there's a collective reality, man, but everybody's reality is different. Like, no matter what you're going through in life right now, like, you could be having a difficult time, but somebody might be having a great time, so they're not perceiving the world the same way. You know what I'm saying? And no matter how ugly the world get, man, you can't never not, recognize the beauty in it, the gift of what life is, man. And it's like, you focus on those things and put all the bullshit to the side, man, we'll be all right. My son called me, hey, what's up, man?
It's all good.
I'm working right now, but I just want to tell you I love you.
Right.
All right. Man, bye-bye.
when the son call, when your family call, you don't know how much time you got. So you got to make sure you talk to them.
That's right, man. They was telling me good night, you know. Mm-hmm. I see we got Karen Gordon tuning in tonight, man.
Yeah.
Karen Cooper, man. I know Karen. Yeah.
KG in the building. When you get back to Cali, man, we gotta make some more music. And we got
definitely, man. I'm on a vibe, man. I definitely, man. And you know, I'm getting close to getting ready to drop my project. So I'm just in a creative space, man. I'm at that point in life to where, you know, that's all there is for me left to do. Like a lot of the things on my bucket list that I've always wanted to do, I did. So it's like now I'm just really purely having fun for the sake of having fun, you know.
Hey, you saying there's a few things. What was on your bucket list that you hit?
Well, I mean, one of the things,
if you want to share,
when I was a shorty in school, man, you know, growing up under the shadow of James Brown, man, and the sonic boom of the South, man, you know, I always wanted to be in the entertainment business, and you know, acting is what I chose professionally, man. And you know, I've done the major films. I had a major TV show, major networks. I've done over 50 national commercials. I've been on off-Broadway theater. So it's like, you know, all those things that I thought were like far-fetched, you know, accomplished in my life, you know. Now I'm creating for myself. So it's kind of a fun place to be in now, to kind of like usher in and help the next generation tell the story, turn my experiences into works of art. That's kind of what I'm on, you know.
Yeah. So what experiences would you say most impacted you, or is going to most impact the music that's coming out?
I have a song called Whiskey and Rose-Colored Glasses, and you know, it's like, you know, I've been in, you know, Hollywood for over 22 years, and you know, I've seen a lot of people come, a lot of people go. You know, we have the saying in LA, 1,000 people come to LA a day and 1,000 people leave a day. And you know, people often ask me, man, it's just like, you know, how do you keep going? How do you make it through? And you know, one of the things I look at with me is the core group of friends that I have, that we never not celebrate just life, man. And no matter what we do, even if like no matter what's going on, we're gonna take a shot of whiskey, we're gonna look at it through rose-colored glasses and just keep moving forward. And it's not, and it's a thing of, you know, not disregarding some of the adversities you go through, but just not letting it stop you. Just like, you know, it might be the situation, but this is not what I'm gonna see. I'm gonna look at things better. I'm always look to the future. I'm not stuck in the right now. You know what I'm saying? Everything is I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna keep moving, man. I'm gonna keep going forward. So that's kind of like the drive in that. And love, man, is like, you know, the sacrifices you make in this business, man. It's like, you know, there are relationships that I had that I didn't get to pursue because I was pursuing my dreams, that, you know what I'm saying? But those emotions, those feelings, those things never leave you. So it's like, okay, well, I put these things in this back burner, in this box in my heart while I'm doing all this other stuff. Now I'm at this place in life to where now I can unpack all of these feelings, all of these experiences, all of these expressions, all of these stories. It's okay, now what do I do with it? Let me turn it into something that someone else who may be going through some of the same things or having the same feelings can be like, hey, I'm not alone, or hey, I know what that feels like. You know what I'm saying? I just want to share that, man. And I feel like, you know, we don't see that side, especially of black men, a lot. So that's kind of what I wanted to kind of do, express my vulnerability even through the music. It's kind of like my safe space in a sense, you know.
What do you say to people say, well, why music and why right now?
Well, for me, music has always been there. Like, you know, I started in music. When I was born in Augusta, Georgia, hometown of James Brown, you know, godfather of soul, instrumental in, you know, making music what it is today. And I grew up right behind T.W. Joseph football stadium in a place called Sunset Villa. So as young as I can remember, like a newborn baby, I could just hear the marching bands, the drums going. And one of the things I always liked, that even though I lived in the neighborhood and an environment where people dealt with so much pain and dealt with so much struggle, the joy that they had when that band would come through there and they would hear that music, or, you know, going to church and when the choir would sing, and, you know, and seeing how it made people feel. So it was like, I always wanted to be a part of that. Music made me feel good, and I wanted to create music that made people feel good. And for me right now, it was circumstance. You know, we had COVID-19 hit, mostly, you know, LA shut down, the industry shut down, and right after COVID, we had a strike. And so, you know, a lot of, you know, entertainers, a lot of actors, a lot of people, you know, they fell in, you know, into depression, you know, different types of struggles, trying to make it through those dark times. And one of the things that I chose to do was to go back to my first love, and that was music. So, you know, I started writing down ideas, writing down songs. So it was my way of fighting back the darkness and, you know, using what God gave me to even bring light into my own life. And then I wanted to make music that I could sing along with my kids. You know, I don't really knock nobody's art or what's out there now, but I mean, most of what we play on the radio, most of what, you know, the culture is listening to right now really ain't kid friendly. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of want.
But the kids still listening to it though.
Well, they don't have a choice. It's on the radio. Like they play stuff now on the radio they wouldn't have played when we were young. So it's like
like where's the protest? Like where's the where's all
you know,
that?
you can't escape it, you know. NWA never got radio play. I think they might have played Expression stuff maybe once or twice, but outside of that, it didn't get on the radio. So even as a young mind, you knew how to compartmentalize certain things, which you don't really can see that. You know, my daughter, 4 years old, come home asking me questions. No, literally the other night, my daughter was in the bath, and I walked by. I heard her humming a song, and I'm like, I was listening when she was singing. She was in there, you know, make me swear, make me. I'm like, how do you even know this song? How do you even know this song? Like, how? You know, and that's a good song. That song ain't that's tame lyrically, right? You know, it could have been WAP, but you know what I'm saying. But you know, or you know, one of Sexy Red joints. But even still, I'm just like, but you know this song.
You can really hear when kids start singing it though. When kids, you like, whoa, they're kind of like.
Oh, I had a homie, man. He was like, man, I remember he was like, man, I'm riding to take my son to school. He was like 6, and he's like, yo, they love the Cocoa came on, and he like baking soda. I got baking soda. And we like, man, what's baking? He don't even know what baking soda's used for. But you know, it's. And you know, like I say, man, I'm an artist, so I believe that all art should be expressed, and artists should be able to feel free to express it. So I'm not about censorship. I'm more about balance, and I just feel that the industry isn't balanced. You know what I'm saying? But that ain't my fight. But my fight is just to create the art, and it end up where it ends up. You know.
Exactly.
You can't let that be a detriment. You can't let that deter you from, you know, fulfilling your purpose. And if the intentions are genuine, then you know it'll make it where it need to make it. You know. I do believe in a higher power, and I didn't even believe. I mean, I know God exists for myself, so you know, I know whatever it is I put out there, it'll get to where it need to get. People are here who need to hear it. You know, it's always about inspiring that one person, man. Because that's all you can care about is that one, man. I never look to try to woo or persuade the masses in anything, because you know we learned, you know, a long time ago you can't really do that. Like, you know, things take off in this like wildfire is cool, but man, if you got that one person that you said you can inspire or make their life better, then you know that's worth it, man.
No, I
but
see
people did that
like,
for me, man. You know, it was that one guy that would come and speak on career day, or that one person that you got a chance to meet, man. I'm like, hey man, I always wanted to get into the business. What should I do? And they took the time out to talk to you, man. I don't feel like I talk about this cat enough, man, but one of the cats that's, you know, about the same age, man, but when I was a young man in the game, man, young shorty in the game, man, I met this cat, Jason Weaver, man, and you know, we drumline together, man, but I met Jason Weaver back in like 1996.
Oh,
and,
wow.
You know, I was fresh, green behind the ears. Of course, you know, he was already a vet in the game at that point, man, but I asked him a couple questions, Jackson. Man. He gave me his card, and, you know, I would hit him up, man. He'd give me advice, dap me out. And, you know, we got pretty tight, and he's always looked out, man. So it's like stuff like that, man. And I would say he was very instrumental in how I approached the game early on, because I learned a lot of the rules and saw a lot of things he shared with me that he had went through. So, you know, each one teach one, you know.
Yeah, we got to say what's up to Brother Trav. He said, peace, brothers.
What up, Trav?
What's up, Augustus? Augustus in the building.
Yeah, man. So,
well, I don't want to take all your time, man. You know, are you coming in the Zoom room?
With you, man. I've been busy. You know, I've been on vacation doing family stuff and all over the Southeast. But I'm getting back locked in, focused on what, you know, we doing, man, and you know, just trying to give a new vibration to this new era, man. You know, And so,
well, you done definitely gave me an alley oop, man. I gotta say, well, just thank you for just being available. You know,
man, it's cool, man. Yeah.
No, it's just you've been just a real blessing. You know, you might recognize some of the stuff behind me.
Man, look for me, man. You got good taste, man. You know. But no, man, it's like it's all love, man, and it's like, man, we all here together, man. It's like let's make the best of it, man. You know, like I said, I love the Olympics and this time of the year when seeing the world come together for sportsmanship and competition in a healthy way, and I feel like it can inspire us all to reach out and to just enjoy our time together and just enjoy this moment, man. You know, so many people that could have ever existed never will. I mean, if you think about it.
Yeah, we're here for a real reason.
You're here for a real reason. So, you know, can't nobody do you like you, so make a noise. That's my message to anybody, all artists out there. Keep making noises, you know.
That's what's up. You heard him. He said, keep making noise. We gonna keep making noise. Hey, you want to leave them with anything, Shay, before you go?
Man, stream that retrograde. Listen, Saturn is in retrograde until November 7th. Mercury just went into retrograde, and y'all know all hell breaks loose when Mercury goes into retrograde. So, man, fire up the song, J.Soul, Shia, Retrograde. You listen to it about 7 times in a row. I'm telling you, it will rebalance your chakras, and you'll be ready for anything, man. That's it, man. Y'all have a good one, man. Take care.
All right, thank you, man.
All right, brother.
I appreciate it. Okay, wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the J.Soul Morning Show. And again, we have another guest. And it's only because we have really special people who come on the J.Soul Morning Show. You know, it's invitation only. Everybody can't show up. But and you hear her in the background, and you know she's a wonderful musician, and she's been in Augusta for some time, making really a way for a lot of independent artists, whether it's putting them on stage, whether she's on stage. She's doing a whole lot, from newspapers to everything, and you'll see what I'm talking about. We'll get into it. I'd like to introduce you guys to and present to others Kay Gordon. Welcome to the J.Soul Morning Show.
Thank you so very much. Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here with you. Thanks for the invitation.
Hey, you know what? I don't see how I couldn't have Kay Gordon on the show. You know, it's just like, how could I not? But
I appreciate it. I'm grateful.
Tell the listeners, 2 or 3 things, some highlights about yourself, and then why you do what you do.
Okay. Well, let's see. I am a musician by trade. That's my main thing. That has been my main thing for quite some time. I started the company Garden City Jazz back in 2003 to support jazz music in the local community, to make it more family friendly, to support the artists who are playing this music, and to introduce it to new audiences. So I started doing that. I was in a band called Quiet Storm, and then I kind of branched off into doing Garden City Jazz full time. So that actually came to a screeching halt during the pandemic. But
2020.
Yeah. And so we're still support music and musicians. I do still program the jazz and blues stage at the Arts in the Heart of Augusta Festival. But the music has kind of taken a back seat to some of the other work that I'm doing. So in 2009, I began to become interested in, I lived in Aiken at the time, but I was really interested in Augusta. I grew up in Augusta, very committed to the Augusta community. So I began to shift my focus to downtown Augusta. What's going on downtown? Why does it still look the way that it does?
Okay.
Has for a million 100,000 bazillion years.
And we're talking about Augusta for the listeners who just joining us.
Augusta, Georgia. And so in the process of gathering some information and just being curious, I asked a whole lot of questions.
Gotcha.
Anybody who would listen to the questions and answer it or not. But I met a lot of people in the process of doing that. I began to understand a little bit about local government as well.
Okay.
Some of the good, the bad, and the ugly about it. And but during that time, I was really interested in community, and I used my skills,
okay.
right? My charm.
Okay.
That to and of course my popularity as a musician opened a lot of doors for me to be able to talk to people. So people kind of knew who I was, and so when I asked questions about why is this thing still broken, they were a little bit more willing to answer those things, even if they didn't know they would redirect. So I started really getting involved in community service then, from a policy, from a development, all that perspective. And you said 2 or 3 things. Child, I could be doing this for 45 minutes. So
no, that's fine. That's fine.
Hold up real quick. So I asked a lot of questions during that time.
Okay.
And in 2014, I was accepted into the Leadership Augusta class. And going through that, this is not necessarily a commercial for that program.
Got it.
But it's a great professional development program. Right. I learned a lot about how the city works and how it should work.
Okay.
Then, I became interested in it. Then in 2016, I moved back to South Augusta.
Okay.
And yeah, there's a lot going on here too. There's a lot that's not happening as well. But I began to ask more questions. Why does South Augusta look the way that it does? Why are the streets broken? Why are things falling apart?
And this is you're asking your commissioner, or you're asking?
I'm asking
some commissioners.
Yeah, I'm asking. Definitely the commissioner. I met the commissioner for my district for the house that we moved in. When I was going through that Leadership Augusta class, I met him there. He invited me to come to his community meetings. So I started driving from Aiken to South Augusta. So it's about an hour drive. Just, it seems like it was a nice little ride, just so I could get more information about what's happening in community. So I reconnected with another friend there who was involved in agriculture. And she was working on a project. She asked me to help her with a project. I said, sure, let's do it.
Okay.
And it led to the work that we're doing now in agriculture, supporting Black farmers in the community, which also, going back to the pandemic of 2020, with the political climate then, a local newspaper, a Black newspaper, the publisher was going to stop. And he wanted to get out of the business, and so he asked me if I would help with that, and I said, sure, why not?
Okay.
The interesting thing about all of this is it involved lots of questions, lots of conversations, lots of emails. There were things I was interested in that I didn't know anything about, but I made a decision to learn about it, and I've fallen down the steps a lot of times and made a whole lot of mistakes, but that's how we got to where we are today, doing this work in the community and figuring things out and helping people.
That's so awesome, because you gave me so many things that we want to touch on because there's a lot of people who aren't in the inquiry of the Augusta Commission, or if you're not in Augusta, the commission of how your city runs, what's on the agenda, what's being voted on, what power does your mayor have, and what power does your mayor not have?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who, like you said, they're not in that inquiry. So we could talk about that, the importance of knowing who your
Who your local elected officials are, definitely.
Who's in the commission? You know, like first start with your district. You know, what district are you in?
Right. Exactly.
And who's assigned to your district, and what are they voting? How do they vote?
Exactly. What are their priorities? Right. So I'll say this too. Like, I lived in Aiken for about 10 or 15 years, I think. I lived in the city of Aiken for about 10 or 15 years, and did not, almost embarrassed to say that I didn't care about what was going on in that. I wasn't involved. I was like, no, Augusta is my home. My mama over there. So, and my people over there too. So I need to be more engaged, or at least more knowledgeable about what's happening. Because it's easy to point a finger and say that my commission or my city council or my mayor don't do anything, when the only information source that you have is what you hear on social media or what you see on the news. If you just if your information sources are limited, then you're getting a limited picture of what's going on.
People just follow the bandwagon. It's like, oh, the commissioner's not doing nothing. No, the mayor's not doing it. It's just like,
yeah.
What have they done?
The stuff that makes it to the news, you got to understand too about media is, if it bleeds, it leads. So would you rather see on television a calm, cool, collected meeting, or do you want people out here getting busy, or getting talk crap? That's a lot more entertaining than you get on the phone. Be like, girl, did you see that thing? What?
Exactly.
Yeah.
People want to be entertained, man.
Yeah. Are you not entertained? But the thing that's really wonderful about really being, because you do have to be intentional, right?
Okay.
You have to be intentional. You have to be persistent as well. Mm-hmm. So when I say that I'm asking questions, I ask you got to ask some same questions a lot of times. Sometimes you might get different answers. Mm-hmm. A lot of times you call folks, they may not respond. They may not be responsive, but you keep going. I tell my youngest baby, Scooter, that when he wants something, he gonna ask me until he gets it. So if I want something for me, or if I want something for my community, and I pick up the phone and I call you, J.Soul, I call you one time, and then you don't hear from me no more, it ain't that important. It's not that important. It's gotta be important.
The squeaky wheel gets the oil.
It does.
Yeah.
Every single time. And people gonna tell you something, even if it's wrong, but you're gonna answer my question. Even if you don't know the answer, that's fine. Point me take me to somebody who can answer the question for me. And more importantly, so I also am aware that of the way that I come across when I'm talking about my interactions with elected officials and that kind of thing. Is because I have a relationship with them. It's because I've been intentional about building a relationship. Because if you want to, you can get more, what is it? Flies with honey. Than vinegar. Yeah. So I'm not going to, if I want some information, or there's something that I want to have done, I'm not going to be a butthole about it and say, hey, this has been going on for such and such a long time.
Yeah.
I don't start there. You may eventually have to get to that place. But I consider many of the city employees and elected officials like family, right? I don't really have a familial relationship with all of them. Mm-hmm. But the reason I have that stance is because I've taken the time to reach out to them. If I have a question, for real, what's going on over there? Like, what's happening? Why can't y'all fix the street? No.
I do want to get more of us watching the meetings. that come on YouTube and just talking about what we thought was on the agenda, because I don't think that we're not there's really no outlet for us to say, you know what, this is what they were talking about, and hey, and then they got this plan and they released this PDF, like a lot of times it's just over there and nobody's looking at it. And then you just driving down the road, you're like, oh, when they put this over here, like
the whole thing happened.
It was on the website.
It's been up there. Government moves so slow, most times moves so slowly that by the time something happens, it was something that was mandated or approved a year, 2 years, however long ago. Nothing happens quickly in government.
Right.
Unless, unless there's money involved. But and the example of that, because I don't want that to be misconstrued, is the Augusta National. Several years ago, the Augusta National wanted to move a street, right? So they could enlarge their territory, something or other. And in order for them to build a street or to reroute a road, they had to deal with government. So they had to get on the list to get this particular work done, right? So, because, budgets, local sales tax, all that kind of stuff. And then they got to get in the queue because y'all not special, right? What they did, the reason I mentioned money is because if I got enough money to do the street myself, I'll go ahead and do it. And that's exactly what they did. They went ahead and rerouted this road, Berkman's Road. And then they said, I'll get my money back from the city when you have it. So, coins can make things happen for sure. Good and bad. But
I mean, at the same time, if that was a black organization, even with the money, no matter how much money you got, you ain't building no road just so you ain't rerouting nothing in the city just because you got money.
If you got enough, I'm telling you. And they got it. I'm telling you, they got enough.
They say, look, we'll buy the whole thing. So,
I'm telling you.
Why y'all getting it together and trying to figure it out? We got it.
Exactly.
Look, we got construction companies. We got this and everything.
Let me tell you, we trying to get Wrightsboro Road fixed. It is a hot mess. Meanwhile, and I understand. So
which part of Wrightsboro Road? Where you at on Wrightsboro Road? That's a long road.
Let me tell you. Okay, so I'm not over. I'm deep in South Augusta. But whenever I'm on that road, I'm like, come on, people, we got to figure it out. So I'll give you just a brief example between North Leg and Damascus Road.
North Leg and Damascus Road. You about to make me break my chair.
Wrightsboro Road between North Leg and Damascus. I don't even know what district that's in. It may be in 2, but and here's the thing. Oh, I gotta say this too.
Okay.
Because this could be the problem. So I just a little while ago, because I was complaining about the fact that Deansbridge Road was not fixed, because I was riding on that road, getting nails in my tire, all kinds of craziness. So I was like, who's in charge of Deansbridge Road? I want to talk to.
They need you in LA because none of the roads are even decent. Zero.
I said, who's in charge of that road? And I learned who it was at a community meeting.
Okay.
And the guy the commissioner then Sammy Sias, District 4, was hosting this meeting once a month, and he had I called him. I asked. I said, "Man, what's going on with this?" And he said, "That's a state road." He said, "We don't have nothing to do with that. We can't do nothing with that road. I mean, we're not in charge of that." He said, "But I'll get the guy, the GDOT, Georgia Department of Transportation guy, to come and talk about what's going on. What's the construction plan? When is it going to be finished? And all of that kind of stuff." So I don't know if that very well may be the case with Wrightsboro. several years ago, about 10 years ago, there was some conversation during the whole downtown Augusta conversation about upgrading the streets and the sewage and the infrastructure.
Right.
That was supposed to happen actually 15 years ago because Scooter was a baby then. It's just happening now. It is, and Broad Street is a state road. It is we're just getting to the place.
You said Broad Street is a state
road. Broad Street. 15 years later, the work that they were talking about in 2009, 2010 is just being started right now.
Wow.
Can you imagine?
But also think about like the Augusta Mini Theater. It just took them 15 years to raise $1 million.
Right.
You see it?
Yeah. And our businesses and our organizations are historically undercapitalized. That's just a fact. And in addition to that, politics plays a role in all of it. So I do believe that the Mini Theater is moving forward with building their next phase.
They are
now, but I know it took a minute.
Yeah.
To get to that place. And I believe part of it is because I think it goes back to relationships. But then that also goes back to being familiar with the landscape, like knowing who's in the room or who's in the space. Like, this is something I kind of was thinking. I don't know this to be true or not.
Okay.
But I felt this during the last election cycle, and that is, our folks are, like I said, historically undercapitalized. We and not because we can't make the money, but because white folks be breaking stuff.
You said they break stuff.
They be breaking stuff. They be tearing things up, setting stuff on fire. I'm trying not to cuss and say shit. But
no, you can't say whatever you
setting things on fire and burning down,
right.
Isn't that kind of thing. So that redlining, all those things, definitely happen. And so I was having a conversation with someone. I was like, coming into the election cycle, sometimes it feels like we as a people are thinking very short-sightedly. Whereas we are planning, when it comes to politics and elections, we're planning for the next year or two, right? Or 6 months. We're planning for that short period of time. And then we go back to our lives, right? Be up here,
no more. It's not election season anymore. Business as usual.
Not election season anymore. I can relax. I can go back to doing whatever it is I'm doing. But it's the other folks. They are constantly. It is always election season.
Right.
It is that, and that's one thing I would love for our folks to be aware of. It is always.
Everything's about voting. Everything's about what are we agreeing on.
It's about making. It's about voting. It's about being engaged and being involved, being visible. Because there's a difference between you. There's a big difference between you knowing who your politician is, right? Who is your elected official? Who's your commissioner? Who's your mayor? A game changer, what's even more powerful than that is if those people know who you are, right? I need to know who the mayor is. Mayor know who I am. I send him a text or whatever. He might not get back with me immediately, but I know he got it, right? And I know those kinds of things. Not just with elected officials, people who are in leadership, your chamber people, chamber of commerce folks, your folks who work in economic development. Just depends on the people who, if you're an artist, the people who run the Arts Council or the Humanities Council, those kinds of things. coming up to 22 election.
Mm-hmm.
So I have 4 kids. My oldest is 33.
Okay.
33, I think he is. And then the next oldest, well, I got 2 33s. My bonus baby is 33. My son is 33. My middle son is 32. My 32-year-old told me that he was probably not going to vote. He said, "Don't make a difference. It ain't gonna change nothing."
Mm-hmm.
And I was pissed
I feel you.
to hear him say that.
Yeah.
And so we talked about it. He was very strong. He was very secure in his stance. And so I ended up just saying, listen, if you don't want to vote, then don't. You don't have to vote. I said, but you better do something. You got to show up in some kind of way and this was before. Now he's a father. Grandparents' Day was yesterday.
Grandparents' Day. Happy belated Grandparents' Day to you.
I got 2.
That's awesome.
2 grandbabies. But I said, you got to do something. You know, at the time he didn't have any kids. Now he's got a son. Mm-hmm. So you just got to show up for yourself and for your community in whatever way makes sense. Yeah. But start to kind of see what's important to you.
You know, a friend of mine told me the same thing. It was like, oh, well, because at first it was like, I'm voting for Trump. This is wild. This is like beginning of the year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now all this stuff about Trump and then Kamala has come out. Madam Vice President Kamala Harris.
Mm-hmm.
You know, want to get her title right. I know she black. Right. We don't want to be so familiar. You know, Kamala.
Right, that's my girl. You know.
Right. But Madam Vice President, since she wants to be the president now and all of it, and everybody's rallying behind her. My friend, I went back to him. I said, "You still voting for Trump?" He was like, "No, I'm not voting at all now, man. You know, same situation." And I was just like, I was there before, especially when it was Trump against Hillary, and then they came out about the stuff about Hillary. Just like, oh no, now so it just gave me a whole thing where like I don't want to. And I think the media wants us to be in that, don't think about voting, don't worry about voting, because if people aren't thinking about voting, now what? We can just go build a road and because we got enough money, So
you're absolutely right about that.
So, I asked them about that and I was like, listen, what we can do, we still have to vote for who we think the best candidate is. Mm-hmm. Stay involved, stay informed, but don't just say you're not voting.
Right.
Because you can give them the liberty to say, well, people aren't voting anyway, so why are we setting up these polls and why are we doing all that?
Yeah.
Let's just get rid of all that. Let's just,
Just get rid of all that. Yeah, if you don't, it's just like if you don't use it, you lose it, right? So
yeah. It's mandated. It's old school. It's obsolete anyway. Let's just
Yeah, because
just govern ourselves.
Like, especially when you feel, it's the thing that when you feel like, I understand when you feel like your voice or your vote doesn't count.
Yeah,
and to be very honest, in some cases it does not. To be perfectly honest, in some cases you can stand up there and rah sis boom ba and press that button and get the hanging chads and all of that, and it's not going to matter. And that's another story for somebody who's smarter than me with this whole electoral college thing. But that is where it's in that situation where your local and regional elections are so important. Mm-hmm. Even like in smaller cities, some of those, actually not even in smaller cities, and right here, some of these elections, these city council, commission, whatever elections, the winner is by a difference of dozens or 100 people.
Right.
So if 100 folks would have shown up, then your outcome would have been totally different. So I'm really big on involvement with local folks. I know who my representative is, my state representative. Statewide stuff, I'm not as involved in, but I'm getting there because I am getting more involved with the Black Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
So I'm and they do a great job of the Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce and the regional chambers throughout Georgia. They do a great job of interfacing with state and federal elected officials to make sure that this community is top of mind for them.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that's good.
I pick up my phone and call Congressman Allen, but if the president of the Black Chamber and also our president of our local Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce is also the president of the Georgia, I'm gonna mess up the name, the Georgia Coalition of Black Chambers. So she's a president of both those, Ronique West. So having a voice is really important, and they'll help you too. If you've got an issue you want to have addressed, first join the chamber, really affordable, and then they will assist you with whatever your needs may be, whether it's personal for your own home or whether it's for your business. They do all sorts of business training as well. So, and here's and part of the reason why it was important for me to do this newspaper work, even though I don't know nothing about running a newspaper, is that information is power. Data is so powerful.
Okay, so let's introduce the newspaper a little bit, because you did say that was one of the main things you wanted to publicize and talk about.
Okay.
Yeah, give me some information about the newspaper.
All right, I certainly will. So I am the publisher of Urban Pro Weekly.
Okay.
It was started in 2011 by Fred Benjamin as a print publication. So I acquired the paper in 2021.
Okay.
Beginning of 2021, and have been utilizing that as a vehicle to tell our stories. I'm a musician and a part-time farmer agriculturalist, but I want to make sure that creatives have an outlet and a voice as well. So that was one of my primary reasons for buying the paper. Also, from a business, entrepreneurship, community perspective, just and really kind of in response to all of the activity and all of the different narratives that the media was spinning in 2020. There was just so much out there. It was, of course, the election, January 6th, it was a whole bunch of bullshit going on. And I wanted to make sure that the newspaper continued to do what it was meant to do, and that was to amplify our voices in the community.
Good.
Yeah.
Tell them how they can get to the newspaper.
So you can get to UPW. The website is urbanproweekly.org. And I'm very excited that we're talking today because right now we're transitioning from print and a little bit of digital to 100% digital. And I tell you, it's challenging, but it's a great and necessary challenge, right? So I met with some advisors and some consultants this morning and began to just lay out exactly what it will look like. And I'm excited about that because it is shaping into a lot more than I could have ever imagined. You know, I dabble around with social media and that kind of thing, but I understand that that media is where it's at. Social is usually the first news source for a lot of people.
Right.
Social media. I mean, honestly, if I am honest, when I get up in the morning, I go to Facebook is my jam. I go to the Facebook and I see what's happened. I check my messages. I check my email.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of scroll. But of course, the algorithm does what the algorithm does. So it's really important to have some kind of direct engagement. And that's what we're moving toward, is focusing really, really heavily on content creation.
Right. Now can you see the website? I put it on the screen. I don't know if you can see my screen.
I can see it, yes.
So this is the site, and right now you say you're doing some print and you're doing some digital, and you're getting ready to go 100% digital.
We're getting ready to go 100% digital. So right, that is really just, it's a landing page. It's got a link to the site where the PDFs, the issues live.
Mm-hmm.
Going into, and that's a responsive landing page. Once we move to the next platform, it'll be a lot more robust in nature.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
And it will be what I see happening with it is that it becomes a living thing, which sounds weird to say. Sounds weird to say.
No, I understand.
But that it does.
462 had to become a living thing.
Yes. I love what you're doing with the platform. I've been watching you, I've been stalking you, seeing what you're doing over here in these streets.
Good.
But yeah, I love the fact, and I love the fact too that you're building that Floor 62 is a community. It is a living, breathing organism,
mm-hmm.
as it stands right now. So right. I dig it.
You know, what I like about what I'm doing is I get to put people on my team, and I get to be a part of other people's team.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so with you being the top of the triangle over here at UPW,
yeah,
you know, I would love to see how I could maybe get some interviews in Augusta for it, or get some content for it, and help publicize it, help be a marketing arm for UPW.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love it. Because we need I know you have your own networks, your really wide, broad networks. You're everywhere and then everywhere again. So
okay.
I think, like, this is I can share this. This is so UPW is a local newspaper. It started that. It was all about Augusta.
Yeah.
And for the past year or so, I've just been thinking about what's going to happen next. What are we doing next? Mm-hmm. And so the name Urban Pro Weekly, my thought was, well, let's really just focus on urban professionals.
Okay.
Young urban professionals, really. And so, because right now, folks who are reading the print, the paper, you know, they're older folks. They're folks older. So, but I get all my news. I do check which is why my phone battery was dead early because I was consuming content, getting so much great information, and I love that you are from here. Yeah. You're from Augusta. This is what I was telling to my consultants earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, I want UPW to be able to touch people far and wide.
Right.
I want to have the base, the nucleus here. But we've got folks who are from here, who went to Butler High School, the best in all of Augusta, Georgia, and who are out doing magical things across the universe, right? Out where you are and on the West Coast, folks who are traveling and doing things and making music, making art, running businesses overseas. I'd like to at least start with a local to use Augusta, the CSRA, as a base, right, as the hub, so to speak. But then talk to folks like Jamal Moore and this young lady who played a concert at Aiken over the weekends. Got this concert truck. She graduated from Davidson.
Oh wow!
I didn't meet her, but I was like, our folks are, our people are everywhere.
Yeah.
And, yeah, doing magical, mystical things. So, and I think too, when younger folks see this level of Black excellence, so to speak, excellence in general, but especially Black.
Okay.
They know that, hey, I can do that too. And one of the things that I started doing with the paper was featuring folks on the cover. I was like, I like the young lady who was on that last image that you showed, on the cover of the of that document. She's a teacher. She had an opportunity to go up in a plane. That's one of the images, beautiful. But I want to see people who look like me, who are making real, measurable magic and change in this community.
Right.
I need to, and the people who need to see that, they're not going to pick up a newspaper.
I got it.
They're not going to do it. So we got to go. We got to go where they at.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. But that's what this platform is about, and that's what your platform is about. So I'm looking forward to
we gotta go. We gotta take them to floor 62. That's
right. Sometimes the railroad ain't underground. It's above the ground, way above.
Way above ground.
Way above. Way over their heads. Yeah. But that's it. The last tier I want to go over, of course, is our premium member. Now, keep in mind we have voting rights, and I think that's something that helps a community grow. Some of the communities that we've joined online never really asked us what we thought about the terms and conditions. They kind of gave it to us and made us agree to it if we want to continue using their platform. But the premium members of Floor 62 will have meetings on what will make it better, And so I'm looking forward to that. Floor 62 Voice is coming. That's not here yet, but I'll explain that when it gets here. Virtual question and answer invites. We'll have different events that will just be the premium members. Annual exclusive merchandise. So every year, we may go into the collectibles and get you something, whether it's a bag, whether it's a mug, t-shirt, whatever. But we'll have some things that we can send to your mailing address, all right? So that's going to be real cool. Let's continue.
GWP. Grind work progress.
Pull up, I'm trying to get lit 10 teams. Vibing off the energy. Pull up.
Behind the scene action. Real behind the scene action. You know what I'm saying? You got the goddamn visionary. Let me know what's going on right now. What's going on? We behind the scenes.
No, show behind the scenes. We doing.
Yeah.
We behind the scenes on Pull Up.
Yeah.
Little Scrappy feature, Spice Official. Yeah. We actually in Little Jamaica in Decatur.
Yeah. Atlanta influences everything.
Some Atlanta shit.
Yeah.
We out here though, man. Watch this, man. Shout out my boy France. Let us use the spot right here in Decatur, man. Shout out my boy Pat. What up, Pat? Kato Brown, what it do? We working scrap. Yeah. We got one with this, bro.
You know what we're doing?
You know what we're doing, man. We're going all the way up out there, motherfucker. Big TCE shit.
Your mama doing crazy things. Driving me wild. Get a know.
Music video. Yeah, y'all know how we doing it, man. On the east side, your boy DJ Trail Tsunami. Check out my dog DJ some more. Y'all already know how we rock it. Everywhere we go, we turn shit up. Yeah.
What's going on right now?
You already know it's your boy Champagne True. We outside, literally outside, as you can see, at the Pull Up video shoot. It's gonna go crazy.
Yeah.
Spice. And we on the east side with it.
Yeah, we on some more shit.
Tunes upon your head, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Y'all stay tuned, y'all.
Till we both grown. We don't need no phone.
We had the car wash. Niggas about to. We had to set it a motherfucking pull up. We had to pull up. This shit about to be a motherfucking.
Yeah. Pull up on it. Hey. Hey. That boy dancing.
Oh yeah, we dancing, man.
Goddamn.
I'm gonna open the world up.
You know what I'm saying? Movie, bro. Pull up on them. You see they pull up on them?
Can we just shoot this shit with scrap right quick?
Yeah. Y'all fucking with the song though? Yes, sir. Y'all fucking with that shit though? Let them know. Go ahead. Let them know.
My name is Kalani. Y'all follow me on Instagram at Misty Lines, MISTYLONS_.
Okay. But you fucking with the song? Pull up on them. Yeah. What about you, dog?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen.
You fuck with the song?
Yeah, I'm fucking with it. You already know this Booster Boo out there East Atlanta. You can hit me on IG. Boo Bat. That's BOOBAT33. On IG.
Play the music. Roll the track one time for me.
Outside. Outside. You still going on? Still going on. Okay. Queen of that. Dance song. Queen of dance song. Spicy motherfucker. You see her? You see her? You see her? Queen, y'all. Oh, they shooting a movie. They shooting a movie for real. Oh, yeah, cool. I call you. They shooting a movie for real.
Well, make sure you do not change the tempo on that track.
Spicy, this motherfucker. Queen of dance song.
Jordan, as soon as you finish with Cinema, once you get to the car with
pull up video shoot. Slip right there.
I need some motion in this place.
Pull up on us.
We're in the building, man.
Yeah. We on some more shit. Yeah, that way. We do this shit every day. This shit regular.
This ain't nothing new.
This is regular.
This a Monday.
Yeah, this a Monday. What we doing Tuesday? We in LA?
This a regular Monday.
This a regular Monday.
Imagine what we do on the weekend.
Yeah.
This is Monday.
Yeah, this is Monday.
Come on.
Yeah.
Fun day.
Yeah.
I love the top of the week.
You feel me? Yeah, man. On a Monday. On a Monday.
That's it right there, girl. That's it. You're in your zone. You're in the zone.
Big Nina, checking in. What we going on right now? What we doing?
Big name.
Yeah, I'm saying we got the heels on.
I'm saying big Hertha. I'm Hertha.
Okay.
And I ain't got the heels on today.
But you know,
a little Jordans. This is a custom Jordans.
You know what I'm saying?
They ain't got these. That's all you need to
But
know.
let them know what we doing right now. What's going on right
we
now?
out here, video shoot, pull up on me. You know what I'm saying? We was spicing them earlier, scrapping them TC shit, big shit all day long, all year round. What we do, baby?
Big TC shit. You know what I'm saying? This is community. Got that boy doing choreography. Let's go. Yeah. Come on. Don't play with her. Don't play with her.
Come on now, get in there.
Let's go.
What's up? Hey.
Crazy things on your heart. Come on, hey. Beat the phone. You gonna swag that shit up every time. Pull up on, let's go.
Hey, y'all gotta stop.
Yeah.
Man, listen,
But
man,
you
know
swagging
what I'm
that shit out though.
You know, you know what I'm saying? My kid gonna be like the Huxtables, nigga.
Come on.
Except they gonna be staying in different houses.
The real rich kids.
For real.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You got scrap dancing, bro.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
You got him with the choreography, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I'm the choreographer, the creative director. My name is Smiles with a Z.P. And
Yeah.
I'm rocking with the hottest DJ in the A.
What we we doing?
We are at the official music video, Scrappy and Spice.
Yeah.
We on the video set of Scrappy and Spice. And you know what I'm saying? You can't be on set without your boy.
I
don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. Mike, new host in the pool party.
Yeah, man, if you want your pool party host, right, you call your boy Mike B. I will be there. And we turn up, let go.
Pull up on 'em. No talk, it's just action, no. I've been stacking, but I need some more. That what's happening, cause I'm finna go. Let's get it cracking, cause it's time to blow. Scrap the dollars.
Listen, man, Pete Gaines, you know what I'm saying? We just did the Scrappy video shoot for the song Pull Up.
You was dancing in that
Featuring
motherfucker?
Spice.
Wasn't he? Yeah.
That shit got spicy, you know what I'm saying? Like
You put that spice.
When your boy got done, came on there with that drip, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I tell them folk don't even play with him like that. But
Yeah.
y'all folk gotta chill, you know what I'm saying?
On some more shit.
Yeah, Wagwan, you know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean?
You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
man.
I'm a bad man, you know what I'm saying? Bad man, you know what I'm saying? I kill shit.
That way, you did that right there. Hey,
Me make money for fun.
Just
Bumba clot. Me tell them suck your mother.
Yeah.
Fuck your mother. Y'all already know what it is, man. They bitch scrap, man. You know what I mean? Tap in, man, on some more shit. You did?
Yeah.
So ugly ass.
I've been stacking, but I need some more. Yeah, what's happening, cause I'm finna go. Let's get it cracking, cause it's time to blow. Scrap the gun, we gon' have some fun. Straight trip and run. We crew don't run much, we just shoot the gun. Straight up, we doing time. Pull up, I'm tryna get lit in teens. Vibing up the energy. Pull up. Yeah, decent with the glow, yeah, dance on the pole, yeah, let's go. Dance on the floor, yeah, decent with the glow, yeah, dance on the pole, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, let's go. I'm trying to get lit today, vibing up the energy. Lil' mama doing crazy things, loving me watch, get an OG. Till we go wrong, we don't need no harm. Call your crew, I call my crew, I call night long. Pull up on me, pull up on me, pull up on me, pull up on real bitches know I ain't the fuckery. I know one they really got love for me. They gon' pull up. I'm tryna get lit in teens, vibing up the energy. My mama doing crazy things, loving me watch, get an OG. So we both grown, we don't need no fun. Call your crew, I call my crew, I call night long. Pull up on us. Bad bitch on the floor, yeah, decent with the glow, yeah, dancing on the pole, yeah, let's go. Bad bitch on the floor, yeah, decent with the glow, yeah, dancing on the pole, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, let's go. I'm trying to get lit in teens.
Got the drinks in here, motherfucker? Email. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I love everybody in this bitch. I'm can't support my boy Scrap, my nigga Stroke, my nigga Kano, Finesse Lounge out this bitch, Kelton Highway, Decatur, Georgia. Where these? Where Soldier? Oh no. Where TT? It's not freaking low.
teens. Vibing off the energy. Your mama doing crazy things. Driving me wild, she get a new jeans. So we both grown. We don't need no phone. Call your crew, I call mine too. I call night long. Pull up on us. Pull up on us. Mix
It's your girl. Y'all know the fuck going. Had to pull up at your boy's scrap video.
Hey man, you always
show love.
Man, my shit was official, bro. We did that nigga birthday. Oh, it's still your birthday. We getting bottles this weekend on me. On me, but I don't know what we doing. Fuck it, we go to I saw it.
Scrap the dough, we gon' have some fun. Straight drink and run. We cool, don't run much. We just shoot the guns. If you let me through a turn, baby, I'm the one. Walk one. Niggas know not the far away. Real bitches know I ain't in the far away. I'm the one that really got love for me. They gon' pull up. I'm tryna get lit to teens. Vibing off the energy. Pull up. Lil' mama doing crazy things. Driving me wild. She getting no jeans. Pull up. Till we both grown. We don't need no phone.
Hey, what's happening? It's your boy Big Scrap. You already know the deal, man. It's the mill of my new single, Pull Up, featuring Spice. You feel me? Some more show. You dig what I'm talking about? All I need is some more right now, you know what I'm saying? Pipe it up and roll it up. Oh, you know? Yeah.
Boston with the casa.
GWP.
Bitch, make me a monster.
Grind work progress.
Pull up, I'm tryna get lit 10 teens. Vibing off the energy. Pull up, your mama doing crazy things. Driving me wild, she getting no jeans. Pull up, till we both grown. We don't need no phone. Pull up, call your crew, I'll call mine too. Rock all night long. Pull up on us. Pull up on us. Pull up on us. Pull up on us. No talk, it's just action, no. I've been stacking, but I need some more. Yeah, what's happening, cause I'm finna go. Let's get it cracking, cause it's time to blow. Walk one, scrap the done. We gon' have some fun, straight drip and run. Me crew don't run much, we just shoot the gun. Strip club, we threw a ton, baby, I'm the one. Walk one. Niggas know not to fuck with me. Real bitches know I ain't with the fuckery. I know one that really got love for me. They gon' pull up. Pull up. I'm tryna get lit 10 teens. Vibing off the energy. Pull up. Your mama doing crazy things. Driving me wild. She getting no jeans. Pull up. Till we both grown. We don't need no phone. Pull up. Call your crew, I'll call mine too. Rock all night long. Pull up on us. Pull up on us. Pull up on us. Pull up on us.
Make sure say you're ready when I pull up. Champagne pop up, wine glass cup full up. Ass well fat up, I pull up, my titty stiff up. Got a couple mil up, you know my thing been up. Boy, you know when I pull up, I'ma bring the vibe. Card I'm mood when me in a me cave. Describe you so fly, swag I don't need a bribe. Me and a dozen gal I pull up, call us the pretty tribe. I bring the vibe, I bring the flavor. Put it on your good, now I'm your screensaver. I follow anywhere you go like I'm a navigator. I'm your best secret, NDA paper.
Bad bitches on the floor, yeah, yeah. I'm decent with the glow, yeah, yeah. Shout dancing on the pole, yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go. Bad bitches on the floor, yeah, yeah. I'm decent with the glow, yeah, yeah. Shout dancing on the pole, yeah, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. I'm tryna get lit 10 teens. Vibing off the energy. Pull up. Lil' mama doing crazy things. Driving me wild, she getting no jeans. Pull up. Till we both grown. We don't need no phone. Pull up. Call your crew, I'll call mine too. Rock all night long. Pull up. Pull up on them. Bitch, make me a monster. Yeah, yeah. Pull up on them. Let's go. want a couple mil up, you know my thing been up.